Council members are attending this meeting remotely by video conference. Tonight's meeting is available to the public on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Brimfield's website. Public participation is encouraged by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. Please call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 to ensure you are in the queue for comment. All public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Again, the number is 855-695-3744 and press *3. There's only one item on the special session, but callers could be calling in for the concept reviews that we'll be having in 15-20 minutes. So the City Council meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson.
Here.
Castriata.
Here.
Groom.
Here.
Hinkle.
Here.
Jezierski.
Here.
Law Evans.
Here.
Lim.
Here.
Lindstedt.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
Tessier.
Quorum is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I will ask council to please utilize the video conferencing tools to raise their hand for comment or when making a motion or a second. I will call on the first hand raised to state the motion and the second hand raised to make the second as appropriate. I'm going to ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. Abby will be assisting with the timekeeping and will provide council members with a notification via video conferencing chat when 1 minute remains. Please ensure you are on mute when not speaking. Before we get started with this evening's agenda, council would like to take a moment to send our heartfelt condolences to the 10 victims, their loved ones, the Boulder Police Department, and the entire Boulder community after the senseless violence last Monday. 10 innocent people, including police officer Eric Talley, lost their lives too soon and too young. We honored Officer Talley at a law enforcement procession to his memorial service earlier this morning. We would like to invite you to join us in a moment of silence to honor all of the victims who lost their lives and for their families and loved ones left to pick up the pieces. Thank you. It's also devastating for the council to learn that the Broomfield's 9/11 memorial was vandalized last Friday evening with anti-police statements and symbols. This abhorrent display will not be tolerated in this community who values civil public discourse and conversation. So we want to take a minute to say those things, and we'll now continue with this evening's agenda. Starting with the review and approval of the agenda, we only have one item on the special meeting agenda, the consideration of an emergency ordinance. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had, when I texted you this afternoon, I had actually asked to have a couple of moments to speak on Officer Talley and that situation.
Okay, go ahead. I'll recognize you, Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate the consideration. I just wanted to make a couple of notes. These are my opinions only, but this morning my husband and I stood on the side of State Highway 7 to pay our respects to Boulder Police Officer Eric Talley. We stayed on after the family and the hearse had passed to offer encouragement to all peace officers and first responders who were in the procession. And it was humbling. It was very moving. The procession itself took nearly an hour this morning. It's a hard time in our nation with pain, suffering, division everywhere we look. My family and I mourn, as the mayor said, the loss of Officer Talley, the other victims, and all victims of senseless violence. And I wanted to note that at Officer Talley's memorial service this morning, his supervisor said that he was, quote, a real life example of the good in this world. I want to also say that I've watched over the last several years as Chief Krieger and the senior leadership of the Broomfield Police Department have worked to plant and cultivate a noble, even chivalrous culture with the highest good of serving others in their work at the Broomfield Police Department. Which is why the anti-police vandalism this past week at Broomfield's 9/11 Memorial is so vile to me. Defacing a memorial to those who nobly serve others is cowardly and despicable. And I just want to say that as one of 11 elected officials charged with overseeing our police department, I challenge the vandals to come say what you have to say about our officers to my face. If you have concerns about our officers or the way the police department is run, don't paint cutesy, nasty caricatures on inanimate objects under the cover of darkness. Find the courage to speak up and say your piece in person. And lastly, I know this is a little bit long, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your consideration. To our officers, first responders, dispatchers, detention personnel, and all those who work on the front lines, please know that countless members of our community, such as me and my family, stand with you and feel nothing but respect and affection for you all from the bottom of our hearts. You are noble servants to our community, and I hope and pray that you hear our words of heartfelt thanks and encouragement today, on this day that you say goodbye to your fallen brother. We pray for you daily. May God bless you all. Thank you for the consideration, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Law Evans. I'm going to go ahead and ask if there's any member of the council that have any comments or questions regarding the evening's agenda. If so, please raise your hand Seeing none, we'll move forward with the agenda as written. The item for council's consideration is the proposed emergency ordinance number 2152, which amends the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding the temporary prohibition on rental late fees. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Dan Casey is here with me this evening. I'm Nancy Rogers, the city and county attorney. We have a very brief presentation because I know you have a short amount of time to consider this. This was brought to a special meeting because of the expected expiration of the governor's order that prohibits late rental fees for tenants. Not knowing what would happen with that executive order, on Councilmember Tessier's request and with council's agreement on a special meeting, we brought this forward. What it is, I apologize. What it is emergency ordinance 2152, which is very similar to the governor's executive order. The governor actually extended that executive order on this past weekend, and that executive order will be in effect until April 27th. We're still presenting the emergency ordinance to council because April 27th is going to come very quickly, and we don't know if the governor is going to extend his executive order again. So what this ordinance does is it prohibits late fees for tenants. So long as they can provide evidence to their landlord or property management company that they're struggling financially or health-wise due to COVID. Like I said, it's very similar to the language in the governor's executive order. Similarly, at this time, the CDC has extended an eviction moratorium, which only speaks to evictions. That's nationwide. It applies to certain individuals. That's in effect till June 30th. This emergency ordinance doesn't talk about evictions. It only covers late fees. With that, I'll turn it over to Dan Casey, and he'll summarize some of the data points that were included in council's memo.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor and members of council. Dan Casey, Director of Human Services. And again, I'll be brief. Again, in the memo, we did describe just a few data points. I know that rental assistance and mortgage assistance for the year of 2020 was enormous. It was astronomical. For us in Human Services, we spent over $100,000. We provided an additional $100,000 to FISH, one of our local nonprofits, to assist with rental payments. Looking at FISH data that was provided to us, most of the rental assistance programs are provided through that organization. And they, in the year of 2020, spent about $443,000 on rental assistance and assisted 213 families. We, through our programs, helped another 105 households and spent about $146,000. And then just another quick thing to highlight our unemployment rate. Our workforce center tracks our unemployment rate. And we've seen an increase in unemployment. Obviously in 2020, it spiked. Even still in 2021, our unemployment rate is higher than it was in 2020. And we don't expect that to go down quickly. Things are seeming to level off just a little bit. But again, as you see in the memo, we had over 6,000 unemployment claimants register with our workforce center this past year. So we're worried that there's still folks out there that are having a hard time paying their rent or making their rent on time. And then the last thing that I would say, just to kind of highlight this, the reports I look at through our organization and also the information I was provided from FISH, about 60% of the dollars that are spent to help with rent are for 1 or more months of arrears. And it's usually more than 1 month. So we're paying 2 or 3 months of rental and arrears, which is not how it used to be before the pandemic. Back in 2019, we wouldn't see, it would be a month here and a month there. It wouldn't be multiple months with multiple months of arrears. So that's all I have for my presentation, and I'll be around for questions. Thank you.
Okay, we'll proceed with public comments now. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please press *3, state your first and last name and neighborhood for the record. I'm not seeing anybody on the screen, so we'll go ahead and move to council. Comments are next. Does any member of council have questions? Noting none, I'll go to Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have, I guess, what's the end game here? What's our defined ending point? It's not that I don't feel compassion for these folks. I certainly do. It's not that I don't think that there is a lot of hardship due to the pandemic. I certainly do. But landlords and owners, they've got bills coming due as well. They've got situations they have to deal with as well. And I'm not even sure this is constitutional, what we're doing, getting in the middle of a contract like this. But without, I don't think I can support this as if we move forward without an end game. It doesn't have to be a date, but at what point will we say, all right, we've been in this long enough, people have either made other arrangements or the situation has passed or whatever. If that means unemployment hits a certain number, that's fine. If it means, I don't know, but I cannot support simply extending this over and over and over again without considering the effects on the trickle down or trickle up, whatever you want to call it, effects. So I guess I'd like to hear discussion from someone as to what the end game is. When do we stop delaying this? When do we end this?
Nancy, do you want to go ahead and address that?
Sure. As drafted right now, council member, this emergency ordinance would expire December 31st, 2021, or when the governor rescinds the overarching COVID disaster order, whichever comes first. So right now, the only point that we have is a date point. Although I believe I'll end there.
I appreciate that, Ms. Rogers. The point I'm trying to make is no one, including the governor's office, has identified a framework for when we're going to phase this out and get back to letting individuals have their own contractual relationships without the government getting in the middle of it. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember Groom?
Sure. So I think I'm following you, Liz, on that. Are you looking for something like a COVID metrics where 80% of Coloradoans are vaccinated, or are you looking more towards like public health orders being removed, like as far as Broomfield's public health orders?
Mr. Mayor, may I respond?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Groom, I don't know what I'm looking for, but there needs to be a trigger that says, okay, this is when we're done with this. My preference would be something, an independent metric, a COVID metric, a vaccination metric, maybe unemployment rate metric, rather than simply tagging onto the governor, because it sounds like from what I've read and heard from the governor's office, they don't have any kind of a metric that they're going off of either. They're just saying, well, we're going to keep doing this until, and then the discussion sort of peters out. So some sort of independent measurable metric that can be independently verified. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do understand Councilmember Law Evans' concerned about it not having an end game, but right now there's still many closures due to government health restrictions, and so many people are out of work for no fault of their own. The place where they work may not be open, so maybe it's more of a when things are reopened again fully to support the labor force that we take a look at it again. Maybe we don't have to do it all the way to December, but at least we're not fully open and people aren't able to get their jobs back yet. So that's a big factor for me. And that is kind of the government's fault as they, put the health orders in place that shut the businesses down. So that's where I guess I see the appropriateness of us intervening to provide that safety net.
Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you. I hear your question. So my thought is, done by the Division of Housing because they're the ones that have received the federal funds and the state funds to bring to the family resource centers to help the residents who are experiencing housing insecurity. So, the metrics should go along with housing security, not so much, still many folks are already beyond the one paycheck away from experiencing homelessness. 41% of the applications that came through FISH had a demand notice attached to them. So I'm wondering if maybe reaching out to the Division of Housing. My understanding is that the funds, the ERAP funds, are scheduled, to go through the end of 2021. So I think that is why the December 2021 date was considered in the first place. After talking with a couple of people on council, I'd be willing to make a friendly amendment to have this at the end of August, have it, us check back at the end of August instead of the end of December 2021 to see where things are at.
Okay, I wanted to offer a couple of comments and maybe a couple of questions. Dan, I guess I'll ask you because I don't see anybody from public health on. So we had our update yesterday, and if I'm, if I'm understanding correctly, anybody staff could chime in. like when it came down to the mask mandates and some of those other things, that our concern yesterday was that the governor might act quicker than Broomfield might be ready to, and that we're looking at a regional coalition if the governor would move forward, for whatever reasons. And so my impression was in the presentation yesterday, not the way he addressed removing the emergency health order, but sometime in May or June was we were looking for that public health order to be gone. And I guess I'm going to say to everybody, this is how we passed it before. I don't think anybody in that meeting yesterday was concerned about the governor waiting after Broomfield would. I think the concern was that the governor might act sooner than Broomfield wants him to. And so I guess I would recommend that we leave this where it's at right now, as drafted, because my takeaway from yesterday is that public health order could be released as early as the end of May. And Dan, I don't know, Dan, if you want to provide a comment, or Jennifer, if you do, you were in the call yesterday. I see you nodding your head, but the governor's office, I don't think is dragging their feet on wanting to get rid of the mandates.
That's correct, Mayor. And part of the conversation yesterday was twofold. One, the mask mandate, and then the dial mandate. So, that's really the coinciding with us opening the buildings is in June, and councils had the discussion about returning to the dais in June.
So, yeah, so I guess what I'm going to say is that I think the lifting of the health order is certainly going to be before August 31st, unless something goes really bad. And if it goes really bad, if it goes really bad, the case rates go up, and something, God forbid, that the vaccines might not be as effective as we thought they would. But right now, I think the way it was drafted, we need to tie it to something, and the emergency health order at the state level makes a lot of sense to me. So that's my comment. Attorney Rogers.
I just wanted to make a point of order, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Tessier did bring forth an amendment. We should see if she does want to make that a formal amendment, giving your remarks at this time, and see if there's a second, and then vote on that amendment.
Did you want to make an amendment to the motion, Councilmember Tessier?
I did. And I think I have the words. I'd like to, just make a friendly amendment to change the end date to August of 2021 instead of December 2021. And I'm not sure, legal counsel,
Nancy, we don't have a motion in front of us yet. Do we need that first? Point of order, the point of order?
Oh, right.
A motion on the amendment, Mayor?
Well, don't we need to have the motion itself up first?
Did we not do that already? I apologize.
We haven't done it already.
We should bring this forward.
We're in the question phase.
All right. Then I guess it can wait. My apologies then. I jumped ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move forward, and then, Sharon, we can call upon. If you want to make the motion, you can, and you can also make an amendment. So let's go ahead and an emergency ordinance must be approved by unanimous -1 vote of council members present. And this is emergency ordinance number 2152. Will the clerk please read emergency ordinance number 2152 by title?
Emergency ordinance number 2152, reinstating chapter 9-59 to the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding a temporary prohibition on rental late fees.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that ordinance number 2152 be adopted on first reading and ordered published in full, and that a virtual public hearing be scheduled for 6 p.m. on April 27th, 2021. And that a second and final reading be scheduled for April 27th, 2021, following the public hearing.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Do you want me to call upon you, Councilmember Tessier? Councilmember Tessier's.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a friendly amendment. You guys have heard this before, to move the date from August 2021 to, from December 2021 to August 2021.
Councilmember Jazirski.
Second that.
Okay, is there any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Lim?
Well, I had a question. In the original motion, it was to have the alternative situation. There was an or, so
Yeah.
that the end date was either the December 31st or the emergency public health order
Yeah.
getting lifted. So is that alternative of the public health order getting lifted as the end date still in the amendment?
Oh,
Oh, it is still in the amendment or the recession of state disaster, whichever comes first.
so you're only changing the date from December 31st to August 31st?
Yep.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel?
You just answered my question. Councilmember Tessier said August, and I wanted to know if it was August 1st or August 31st. So August 31st, thanks.
Okay, so not knowing any other discussion, will the clerk please call the roll? And this is on the change of the date from December 31st to August 31st, 2021. Oh, Councilmember, Attorney Rogers.
Thank you. I just want to make clear that, and Mayor Pro Tem, I want to make sure I heard your motion correctly. We're still doing this as an emergency ordinance without a second reading and without
Okay.
the required publication per charter,
yeah.
correct?
Yeah, because yeah.
We have
Did you-
alternatives.
Do you have?
I read the wrong one.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and clarify, that
My
that this
apologies.
emergency ordinance, and ask the Mayor Pro Tem, which would be adopted and published in full for information purposes, and we don't need a second reading.
Okay, so I will amend my motion that the emergency ordinance number 2152 be adopted and published in full for information.
And I'll go ahead and call Councilmember Schaaf.
Second.
Okay, and so now we have an amendment to that. It's been clarified. I'll go ahead and call the roll on the amendment to change the date from August 31st to December 31st. Is that can I go ahead and proceed to that, Attorney Rogers? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So clerk, please call the roll.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazirski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Respectfully, no.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaaf,
Yes.
Tessier.
Yes.
So the amendment passes 9-1. Samantha?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so we'll now, I see where you got confused there, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll now call for a vote on the amended emergency ordinance 2152. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Castriata,
I'm sorry, Mayor, point of order. I think that's if it didn't pass.
I agree, but I mean,
Oh.
so I'm calling the roll now and so now we need to pass the emergency ordinance. I'm just, when I turned the page, I saw the script. So we're now voting on the emergency ordinance, and it needs to pass by at least 9-1.
But didn't it just pass?
No, that was the amendment to the emergency ordinance. We're now voting on the emergency ordinance as amended to August 31st.
Oh, right.
Okay, good. That's always important that we know what we're
It
voting
is.
on.
No, it is. You're right.
Okay, good. Samantha, you want to start, Ms. Monroe, you want to start again? Yeah.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazirski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Still with respect, no.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Tessier,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
So the emergency ordinance passes 9-1, and we'll move on to the study session. I don't think we need to do anything other than just move to the study session. Is that correct, City Manager?
That's correct.
So I'm going to go ahead and open up this, the study session because we're going to use the same connection. Good evening and welcome to this evening's session of the study session of the City Council. Agendas for study sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at www.broomfield.org. Our agenda this evening includes 2 concept review items and 3 study session items, which will be televised on Channel 8 and through live video streaming on Broomfield's website. Council members are attending this study session remotely by video conference. Concept reviews are an opportunity for applicants to present their plans for council's preliminary review. Although official decisions cannot be made by council during a concept review, council may ask questions and make suggestions to the applicant regarding their projects. Comments from the public will be taken on the concept review items only. Public participation is encouraged by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Please note, if you would like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you will need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comments will be limited to 90 minutes total per concept review item. The first 1 to 15 participants in the queue will have 3 minutes. The next 16 to 25 participants in the queue will have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next participants in the queue will have 1.5 minutes each to speak. Again, the number is 855-695-3744. And don't forget to press *3 to be placed in the queue. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. Please call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 to ensure you are in the queue for comment. Following tonight's concept reviews, council will discuss Broomfield's proposed petition for a county director of the Northern Water Board, the economic long-range financial plan, and potential reverse setbacks regarding oil and gas facilities. We'll start with our first concept review, which is a proposal for a new multifamily apartment development with 386 units in the Arista neighborhood. We will follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews. First, staff will present a summary of the application. Following the staff summary, the applicant will make their presentation. We will then take comments from the public, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and other interested advisory boards. And then the applicant will have an opportunity for final comments and finally questions and comments from the City Council. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com. Copies of comments provided for each plan at broomfieldvoice.com have been provided to the City Council and can be found by clicking the correspondence link at the bottom of tonight's agenda. So council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. You'll see 2 new names in front of you, actually 2 new faces, but not names. You should be pretty familiar with our resident planners. Our planning director, Anna Bertonzetti, is doing some cross-training and collaboration, and we will be introducing the planners that work on specific topics and know them the best from beginning to end of the project. And so with that, Josh Olhava, our principal planner, will walk us through the Urban Transit Village filing. Josh.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman, Mayor, and council members. Next slide, please. The applicant, Fairfield Residential, is proposing a 386 unit market rate multifamily apartment development within the Arista PUD area. The 12.59 acre site is located north of and adjacent to Transit Way and west of US 36. The proposal achieves an overall site density of a little over 30 dwelling units per acre. Next slide, please. The land use designation for the site is transit-oriented development, and the proposal is consistent with this land use designation. Next slide, please. The site includes 12 multi-unit apartment buildings and 3 townhome-style apartment buildings. The townhome-style buildings are located along the east property line. The orientation of all the buildings will help screen the majority of the parking areas from adjacent properties and public areas. The building orientation also breaks up larger parking lots into smaller walkable parking areas. Buildings located along the internal Main Street and Transit Way provide an urban edge where buildings front the roadway consistent with adjacent properties to the south. The Main Street is that central roadway kind of running north and south with the brown color and hatching there on your screen. A clubhouse is located at the southwest corner of the site and includes a pool, leasing office, fitness center, mailboxes, and additional outdoor amenities around the pool area. The proposal includes 31% on-site open area through a combination of outdoor amenities and landscaping. And this percentage exceeds the PUD requirements of 10% for residential projects with a density of 30 to 34 dwelling units per acre. There are 620 on-site parking spaces provided through a combination of surface parking lots, carport spaces, tuck under garage parking spaces, and tandem parking spaces. And tandem parking spaces are those that are located right behind a garage door or a garage space. On-site parking spaces within the Arista PUD are not required to meet the Broomfield Municipal Code requirements and are instead evaluated for each development project on their own merits. Items that are often considered when evaluating on-site parking requirements for a project, specifically within Arista, include things such as their proximity to transit services, availability of transit passes to residents from the property owners, the walkability of the design, so getting into that transit-oriented development nature of the site, on-site bicycle spaces and amenities, and also proximity to shared parking, such as on-street parking spaces or a parking garage, which is adjacent to the site. And that is intended for any overflow capacity needs. The site is located across the street from the public parking garage and Broomfield US 36 Transit Center. In addition, the site is very walkable to surrounding parks, businesses, and the US 36 bikeway and transit facilities. Details regarding on-site bicycle facilities and amenities and the availability of transit passes were not provided with the initial concept application that staff reviewed. And staff will continue to work with the applicant regarding these considerations if the project proceeds past the concept stage. Next slide, please. These are some photo illustrations that were provided by the applicant to represent the architectural character planned for the residential buildings. Overall building height is anticipated to be 3 stories. The applicant will incorporate a contemporary architectural style, and that includes flat roof lines as well, or flat roofs with kind of varied roof lines and horizontal and vertical articulation. The architecture is intended to complement the existing architecture in Arista while also differentiating the site. The exterior materials are intended to be stucco and enhanced materials such as stone, brick, and cementitious site. Next slide, please. Approximately 20 acres of public parks are required to meet the public land dedication requirements for the Arista PUD area, and that is based on the maximum number of units that were established with the Arista PUD. To date, over 22 acres have been improved, and there are an additional 1.99 acres scheduled to be constructed, and that is the recently approved Gallery Park that Council may remember from earlier this year. That park is scheduled to be constructed concurrently with the Steadfast multifamily project located over by Wadsworth Parkway and Arista Place. And staff is actually currently reviewing building permits for the Steadfast project. So things are starting to take shape over in that part of the Arista area. The city attorney's office reviewed and concurs with the master developer's claim that the existing PUD exempts future residential development within Arista from the inclusionary housing ordinance. However, the applicant is still proposing a cash in lieu contribution of just over $378,000 for affordable housing. Next slide, please. The applicant did complete a neighborhood meeting about a week and a half ago. There was one resident that did attend, and then a second resident did reach out to staff and the applicant to request a copy of the applicant's presentation, which will be very similar to what council hears tonight. In addition, all the concept meeting notice requirements per code and per Broomfield policy have been met as listed here. Next slide, please. Staff have identified the following two key issues. The first are the sustainability initiatives were not fully identified within the application reviewed by staff. If the project proceeds past the concept stage, the applicant is encouraged to incorporate sustainability elements within their formal development plans. This can include things such as EV charging stations throughout the site, as well as conduit for future EV charging expansion, LED site lighting and full cutoff fixtures as required by the state, water conscious, drought tolerant landscaping, efficient appliances and fixtures throughout the site, and sustainable building materials and practices. Again, that is just kind of an example list, not an all-inclusive list by any means. I would like to note that the applicant's presentation appears to expand on some of these initiatives, but those weren't available as staff when we completed our review for this staff report. The second key issue is on-site parking. The Arista PUD plan allows on-site parking requirements to be determined at the site at the time a formal site development plan is reviewed. This allows each project to be evaluated based on its unique design and characteristics, which were noted earlier. With that, thank you, Mayor and Council members. This concludes the staff summary presentation. The applicant's team is available to make a brief presentation.
Thank you, Josh. Great first presentation. So we'll move to the applicant's presentation. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for our listeners before beginning your brief presentation this evening?
Yes, hi, my name is Lee Busey. I'm with Fairfield Residential and I'm the applicant. Good to see you again. We first want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff for providing us the opportunity to present our project this evening. And we look forward to your feedback and comments. I want to start out personally and just say we're thrilled to be here again, presenting an apartment community on behalf of Fairfield within the city of Broomfield and particularly the Arista neighborhood. I'm local to Colorado. I've watched the Arista community grow over the years, and we really consider Arista to be one of the most successful mixed-use transit-oriented developments in all of Metro Denver, and we're beyond excited to potentially be a part of it. So with that, if you go to the next slide, please. We were here last month and introduced you all to Fairfield, so I'll keep this brief and just reiterate who we are as a company. So Fairfield is a national multifamily real estate company headquartered in San Diego and Dallas with a regional office here locally in Colorado. Our core competencies as a company include site acquisition, development, property management, and affordable housing. Over our 35-year history, we've developed over 100,000 apartments and currently manage more than 55,000 across the country. Here locally in Colorado, we've developed over 9,000 apartments across the Metro Denver area, including the Stonegate Apartments in Broomfield on Ridge Parkway. Next slide, please. So we heard staff's concerns here regarding sustainability, and we touched on this briefly last time, but I think it's important that we start off our presentation because sustainability is very important to Fairfield. We have a corporate program that's called Living Green, and it's our ability, it's how we demonstrate our commitment to the environment and sustainability. Living Green, from the very beginning stages of our project, we focus on planning and design efforts that are based on the 6 key categories shown here. And the program really encompasses everything from the implementation of electrical vehicle charging stations on our property to the inclusion of low flow plumbing fixtures in each of the apartment homes. We also provide our residents with reusable grocery bags as welcome gifts to promote green living. The goal of the program is really to help our residents and company reduce our carbon footprint by integrating these design elements and green living practices into our everyday lives. I think the other unique aspect of the Arista opportunity here is that we are located just north and west of the US 36 and Broomfield RTD station. And one of our goals will be to really promote the use of public transportation and bus rapid transit with our residents. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Leanne with North Design, who will walk you through the site plan in more details.
Great, thank you, Lee. Good evening. Leanne Valier with Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street, Denver, 80204. Thank you, Josh, Mayor, council members, commissioners, staff for your time this evening. Like Lee mentioned, we're very excited to be in front of you tonight. Next slide, please. So just a recap, Josh, as always, did a great job summarizing our project, but we'll just touch on a few things. You know, here's the location of the site, about 12.5 acres on parcel M, just north of Transit Way and north of the existing parking garage. Next slide, please. And as previously mentioned, the PLD requirement for parcel M has already been satisfied by the Arista master developer. And this map shows the almost 21.5 acres of open lands within Arista. Parcel M is fortunate to be located immediately adjacent to Uptown Park, and all the parks within Arista are within a 5 to 10 minute walking distance from parcel M. Next slide, please. As Josh mentioned, the proposed site plan includes 386 units spread across the 15 buildings. The site plan, as also mentioned, is organized around a north-south Main Street, and that's really intended to be an extension of Colony Row and mimic the character of the existing Arista streets. That was a very important design decision that really drove every concept that we worked with to get here today. And that site plan is broken into these 3 different neighborhoods to really promote that walkable scale and avoid those large parking fields. And this, you know, as also mentioned, will really help screen that internal parking. The site plan includes the 620 parking spaces, with almost 60% of those being covered. There will also be bike parking throughout the community, and at a minimum, we will be providing the conduit for the 13 EV stations throughout the community that will meet code. Next slide, please. So amenities within this community are anticipated to really be spread throughout. The number of amenities are anticipated to be located near the clubhouse as well as everywhere else, like mentioned. These include an outdoor pool area with cabanas, a grill area, and fire feature. And then the indoor amenities in this location will include the fitness room, club room, a business center, a bike repair room, and potential dog wash. Additional outdoor amenities will be located throughout the community, which include a dog park, community garden, grill stations, and some outdoor gaming areas. A walking trail, which is over 1/2 mile in length, is also proposed around the full perimeter of the community, and we'll work with staff to provide a direct connection to Uptown Park as well. And lastly, an indoor commuter lounge is being planned for the southeast corner of the site, closest to the bus stop. Next slide, please. As Josh touched on, the architectural style of the community is intended to complement the surrounding buildings. And the images on the screen are the initial concepts for the architecture. The varied roof lines and building massing are consistent with Arista and will provide that variation across the building types. Next slide, please. So our team is here and available for questions, and we thank you for your time this evening. That concludes the applicant presentation.
Thank you very much. We'll go to public comments next. We welcome comments and questions from the public. If you would like to make a comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Public comments will be limited as previously outlined. I'm not noting anybody in the queue, and so we'll move to the comments then from planning and zoning. I'll keep an eye on the board, but is there any member of the planning and zoning present who would like to make a comment on this proposal? Commissioner Franz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly looks like an excellent apartment complex. I got a call from my daughter the other day, and she said she wants to move back from Seattle to Bloomington, to Broomfield. And she says, why are there no condos available in Broomfield? And of course, looking at the multiple listing service, the only 3 condos that showed up all have pending offers. And of course, there's many apartments available, particularly in Arista. And of course, some of the rents would be close to what a condo mortgage payment would be. In the last week, I've talked to 4 realtors. And of course, they've all confirmed the lack of supply versus demand for purchased housing, and particularly a lack of condos and townhouses. I spoke with Shannon Daniels, Dave Elmbaugh, Chuck Davis, and Mary Askey. Mary Askey mentioned that she couldn't believe how quickly the townhouses sold out in the Palisades and North Park development. And she said she gets clients all the time who are looking for a townhouse or a condo, and there's a sparse supply or non-existence of those at all. I think as we look at Broomfield's future and what we need in the community, that we have to look proactively and look at developers that put a priority on proposals that provide opportunity for purchased housing, particularly of townhouses and condos. Again, I think we have a plethora of apartments available in Broomfield. We don't have enough purchased townhouses or condos. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other planning and zoning commissioners who would like to speak? Then I'll go on. Are there any other boards and commission members who would like to comment on this proposal? Not noting any. Before I go to council members, does the applicant want to respond back to the comment on desire that these be condos for sale?
Sure, I'm happy to. Commissioner, I understand the concern. It's just frankly, it's not our business model. We don't build for sale housing. We're a apartment developer, and that's what we focus on. I can't speak too much to why there aren't more generally. I'd say that our focus, we've done our research, and we believe that there's an opportunity for additional for rent housing within this portion of Broomfield. That's our plan.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to council member comments. Does any member of council have comments? Councilmember Tessier, or questions?
I have questions. So can you just restate the reason why this particular project wasn't held to the inclusionary housing? Please.
Councilmember Tessier, Nancy will address that question.
On page 2 of the PUD, there's a label called Building Permit Exemption that exempts the development from section 17-62 of the municipal code. So it's in the PUD.
Okay, it's in the PUD. And then roughly, this might be one for Mr. Zepeda. How many homes are there in Arista at this point?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff. Joe Zepeda representing the Arista Development. Address is 555 El Dorado Boulevard in Broomfield. Councilmember Tessier, did you ask a number of homes or number of residents or residential units?
Units is fine.
Yeah, currently there's about 1,500 if I'm plus or minus. Josh, can you double check my math on that? I'm reciting that from memory.
Yeah, I think we have a current count at 1,615 units. And that's based on some tables. We would have to go back and do some pretty detailed review just to confirm that, but it's right around that.
Yeah.
600.
Okay.
11615 is the number we have with 2250 allowed.
Okay, and how many of them are for sale?
So we have 62 paired homes that are for sale product. We have 112 townhomes that are for sale product, and then we have 38 townhomes that are for sale product, and then we have 13 live work lots that are for sale product. So you can add that up.
13, what was the 13, what did you describe them as?
They're live work lots.
Oh,
so
got it.
there's a workplace down below and they live above.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
I too share that. So with the cash in lieu, the last question, and then I'll save my comments for that appropriate time. With the cash in lieu, would that be the appropriate amount if this were following the inclusionary zoning cash in lieu?
Councilmember Tessier, I'll let Lee jump in, but I believe he based that calculation in a very similar manner that Steadfast had recently proposed to council that was approved. So I think he just modeled his figure off of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking would it be the amount if we were held to the inclusionary housing ordinance, no, it would be substantially more than that. The way we arrived at the amount is we followed a precedent that was set by the Steadfast residential developer, whereby they agreed to a per unit fee that was consistent with the inclusionary housing ordinance for their density above 25 units per acre. We applied that same format. We also learned after we submitted our concept and offered that amount that we're in a little bit of a different position here. When that developer came in, I understand they needed some variances and a PUD amendment. We're not asking for any variances or amendment to the PUD under the existing zoning. So we are not so much coming in and offering a cash in lieu as much as a donation to the city's affordable housing fund.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two questions. One would be for the city's legal staff. How many other developments do we have in Broomfield that don't apply under the countywide inclusionary housing requirements? Is this a common thing? Seems a little odd. I didn't actually know Arista didn't fall into that category.
Thank you, Councilmember Lindstedt. And that was one of the first questions we asked so that we could begin to inventory that. Josh and Carl and Anna, there are not any, again, from the existing PUD that would exempt any new housing ordinances. Anna, do you want to fill in the gaps with that for me, please?
I'd be happy to. Councilmember Lindstedt, we have not run into this with any of our other PUD areas. It is definitely something that we can look into before this comes back through the development review process, but this is the only development that we have run into this with in terms of that inclusionary housing exemption.
I appreciate appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't apply to them, but it seems like maybe that could have been an oversight. But I don't know. I'd love the history on that and how that came to be, because it seems a little odd. My last question is actually in regards to parking here. It seems like you have a beautiful plan, lots of green space and things. Just looking at the designs, the drawings, it seems like some of those green spaces, I don't know, they look really beautiful. Maybe they're not entirely necessary to maybe get you up to a higher part on that parking ratio, or you could consolidate them a little bit more to get a little bit larger park area in the north there. I'm not sure, but I just want to make sure you're using space efficiently. Is it possible to squeeze out a few more parking spaces there, especially in the areas on the edges of the buildings I see that just border the parking lot?
Yeah, council member, I'll start by saying parking's a very fine line. This is our second meeting with Broomfield, and on the one hand, the other side of this is the question of, well, we're just next to an RTD rail station, and there's a parking garage there, and we want to promote the use of public transportation. So that's one end of this. The other side of this is just that, right? I listened to last month's hearing with another apartment developer where they were a little bit light, and the concern was, it sounds like the city every once in a while gets calls that there's not enough parking in some of these communities. So we certainly don't want to underpark them, and we don't want to do that for ourselves from a marketability standpoint. So what we've done is we've really studied the communities around in Arista. A good example is Arista Uptown, which has been a very successful apartment community that's nearby here. It is parked at just over 1.2 on site and 1.5 when you account for the off-site parking. If you go drive through there during the day, it seems to be adequate, but it also seems to be very tight, and spaces are at a premium. So what we are trying to do here is not go to the extent of the 1.5 spaces that seem to be tight and stay a little bit above that, but also balancing that with not, if we overpark this, we don't want it to appear that there's these open parking fields. So, on our other project that we presented on last month, we were at about 1.7 to 1.8, which is pretty standard for suburban apartment communities that may not be located next to a TOD station. So that was our logic for getting to that number. We can certainly consider looking at finding more spaces.
I'll also add that it's not very often that we have people tell us to get rid of open space, so that's fun. But the function too is this site has, although it may not appear to be, it has considerable grade change, and so those areas will also be used to help with the grading. And so I know our civil engineer would love to keep some of those. So.
I understand. Yeah, it just didn't seem like the most functional design in the world, which was what I was getting at. I guess my last question would be for staff, or I don't know, maybe Joe, or I'm not sure. But when considering that parking, we're talking about the public parking garage across the way. Have we considered that in calculations with other approved apartment complexes? That seems like kind of a strange fallback to me, but maybe I just don't have the historical reference.
Good question.
Anna and I talked about that just today. Anna, will you field that question, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. We have there isn't really a minimum parking requirement in the Arista area. So we have talked about the proximity to the garage when discussing parking minimums for the various projects that have come forward. But as your direct question of whether we've really allocated spaces for each of the projects, that hasn't occurred. But we have looked at that proximity, especially since the peak times of usage for that garage versus the multiple residences in the area are very, very different. So our transportation and traffic team really looked at that, and they feel that it is complementary, and part of the overall plan for that neighborhood is the fact that there is an overlapping of that parking usage between the areas.
Okay, I appreciate it. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Groom.
Thank you. Well, I am really excited that you guys are coming into Broomfield for another design. I really like your sustainability initiatives for your company. Hopefully, and I know it wasn't included in the plan, I'm really confident you guys will bring those living green initiatives to Broomfield again. That's great. So I wanted to start off with asking staff a question on that site plan. For even Arista, do we have any connections from Arista to the Highway 36 sidewalk?
Oh, no.
I can answer that, Councilmember Groom. Yes.
Oh, thanks.
There is a direct connection from Arista to the US 36 bike path. It's heavily used and it's fantastic.
Oh, good. Just this project being so close to the path. Where is it, by the way?
It's right where the bridge, the pedestrian bridge that goes over the highway. It's right underneath.
It's right there. Oh,
yeah,
great.
So the next time you're out there, just go out there and you'll see that. And if I anticipate where you're headed, Lee and I have had discussion about them figuring out a way to get their pedestrians and bicyclists easily over to that bike trail, just to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think it would be a great idea. Okay. And then just a suggestion, and I don't know, I've been hearing, as far as amenities for this complex, I've been hearing through some residents that an up and coming amenity is pickleball. So you might want to look into that because I do get a lot of comments from our pickleball fans in our community, and I see a lot of our staff and council members giggling too. But I really do think it's a serious thing. Pickleball could be an amenity at your facility. And then I didn't know at this point in time in the conceptual phase, if you had a view or if you could talk to me about what is going to be butted up against 36, because that's going to be kind of a presence about what Broomfield looks like from 36. Your project will be kind of a look from Broomfield. So I want to make sure it's not just like a flat wall or a fence that might be falling apart in 5 or 10 years from now. What will that border on 36 be or look like?
Yeah, so right now we're actually proposing kind of a long linear trail and landscaped area, kind of a linear park, so to speak. So it's I can't remember if it's 20 or 30 feet wide, and it will be green and not an ugly fence.
But what it looked like there are some buildings along that. Is that parking garages or?
No, those are, if I can jump in, Leanne. Yeah, so we do have 3-story townhome buildings there that will front onto US 36. So there will be a residential facade that will have brick, and we're still developing the actual elevations of it. But like you have a concern, Joe and his team, the Arista developers, they are also very focused on that.
Okay.
And we actually have put forth a process before we submit to the city. Joe and team has to sign off on their what they consider also an entrance to Arista.
Okay, good. So you're saying that the front of these townhomes would face 36?
Yeah, that's
odd that your front porch would be 36, but nonetheless, that would be my next concern is what does people see as they're driving 36?
Yeah, the intent is that the front of the residential facade would face 36, and then the back side of the building would have attached garages to them. That does not front on 36 on the west side.
Okay. So as long as everyone's keeping their that in their thought process, that would be great. I've seen some super ugly presence along 36 and interstates. So I'm happy that that's in the forefront of others. And then I wanted to comment on the parking because I've had a son that lived in Arista for a while, and I know this is like a major hub, and you wouldn't think that a car is needed. You're right there next to RTD. And of course, he was going to school, so it was a straight shot to school and for his roommates. But the problem is amenities. And so there is not a straight shot, for example, to a grocery store from Arista. And so they do need a car to get to some amenities. And I think a lot of people in Arista have that kind of amenities issue to get their haircut or to, you know, whatever. Of course, you know, I was dropping groceries off because he's still a poor college student, but that was an issue. So I know people are looking at Arista parking lot wise as, hey, this should be more of a transit type community. But there are some issues for amenities. So keep that in mind when you're looking over parking spaces. And that's probably another reason why there's a parking issue at Arista, because we do get emails associated with parking spaces at Arista. Not so much anymore. I have to say it's been, I really haven't got any in a long time. So I wanted to add that, but I really do love the design. Conceptually, I love the layout. You guys have put a lot of great attention into the streets and the layouts. So I plan to support this. It looks great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. This is a great discussion. I would just like to hear more about the Living Green initiative, and specifically the water, and more even so the transit and energy options, like what is listed on the slide that you showed, and what are these all included, like the offering electric charging stations, and how many you're planning? Any thoughts of solar panels? Is the on-site bike rentals and storage a definite kind of like, are those, just like to hear a little bit more about those green initiatives. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we're still in the very early conceptual stages. I will say our plan is at the very least, as it relates to the electrical vehicle charging stations, at the very least, we will meet what's required, and it'll be positioned around the community. Our plan is also to, at the very least, wire the detached garages so that we could hook up additional electric vehicle charging stations. On the solar front, we are currently working on exploring the actual buildings themselves. Probably will not be solar, but we are exploring potentially the detached garages and some of the ancillary amenity buildings being powered by solar. We did mention the other aspect, which is promoting alternative modes of transportation. So we're focused on the connections. We already touched on the bike path there and the park. So those are important parts to us. From an appliance standpoint, all appliances will be ENERGY STAR rated. And then plumbing fixtures, all of the plumbing fixtures will be low flow. And then the other thing we're doing, we just actually talked about it in our meeting this week. It just hasn't made its way in detail on a site plan, is we're planning a community garden in one of the open areas on the property.
Okay, thank you for that information. I look forward to seeing more of those details as it comes forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to start off with the parking. I think that as the developer talked about, the parking in Arista does need to be balanced, and we do need to take into account the transit-oriented development while ensuring that there is enough guest parking and some parking available for those tenants. So we've the time I've been on council, I've heard from residents that comment that there isn't enough parking, or parking is very restricted in Arista. And so I'm curious, a question to either the opinion of the staff or master developer or council members representing Ward 2. What is that current opinion on parking there in Arista. Are we at that sweet spot, or are we still underparked at this point?
Thanks, Councilmember Schaaf. I don't know if I could say we're at a sweet spot or under, but the one thing I want to do is remind this council that when this development was conceived, 2005, the whole intent was for this to be an urban design project within a suburban area. So, you know, that's what the original intent was. Along comes with that some parking challenges from time to time. But I would say very specifically to this project, which is what you're reviewing tonight, if there was any project that you would think would warrant some underparking, it would be this one, since it's right across the street from the RTD transit station. I can't remember what the report said. I think it's underparked by 10. Josh, you can check me on that. But you know, certainly with this proximity to the RTD, this more than any project I would say would warrant that.
Thank you, Mr. Zepeda. So I'd pose a question to my council colleagues in Ward 2, what the current status of the comments regarding parking there in Arista, to see kind of where we are. Are we still in the underparked, or are we kind of more in that sweet spot? So either Councilmember Lindstedt or Councilmember Tessier.
Mayor, can I?
Yes, Councilmember Tessier, you're recognized.
Thanks. I know the last two developments that came before this council, there were some concern from all of the acting HOA reps that noted the lack of parking in this area, and that was brought up on two different accounts. So that's what I remember. And while I think Joe raises a great point that it is meant to be in a suburban area, we're just not there yet. It sounds like as a reality. And so that's what I can tell you, what I remember. William, I'm not sure if you remembered anything different.
Go ahead, Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, since we were in the question phase, I didn't say anything about it per our rules of procedure here. So I left.
You know,
that
actually,
my
there's
comments.
only one phase on this because it's a concept review. So we will go.
Well, I'll raise my hand again after this. So I didn't know we will
have the 2-minute phase if needed. But you can address the question.
I'll raise my hand again. But yeah, my question, the answer to Councilmember Schaaf's question is, yeah, I mean, occasionally I have gotten a phone call or text about it. It's definitely quieter than it had been. But I mean, when you don't have a grocery store in your area, it's hard not to have a car. So I think that's a consistent problem.
Well, thank you to both council members. I appreciate that feedback. I recall, you know, Councilmember Tessier, as you spoke, the last two developments, one of the common themes was that on-street parking that was lacking. This one, it doesn't look like it's going to be necessarily constructing more on-street parking. However, if the parking that is inside the project is underparked, that means those people are potentially going to be parking on street parking outside of the development and further decreasing that. So I think that, you know, with this development, I think that that's where we got to find that sweet spot, is to ensure that we aren't just going to be adding, those cars or underparking inside the development and adding more cars to that on-street parking, which is already at a premium at this point. And there's just not enough of it there. But I think that the goals, you know, with the transit-oriented development and kind of where the master developer is going, I think is the right direction. But I just think that there's got to be some careful calculations done to ensure that we aren't going to basically just put residents from this development onto on-street parking outside of the development and taking up more spaces out there, which there really aren't a lot. So that I think is just one of my key pieces that I put towards staff as this continues to move forward. I do appreciate the explanation from staff as well as the developer on the inclusionary housing ordinance and the cash in lieu. I think that, and I meant to mention this with the parking, the one thing that kind of does lack, in Arista is a secured bike facility. And they're really, and this would be a good development for that, with the close proximity to that trail as well as the bus stop. A secured bike facility, not just a bike rack, but more kind of a fenced in, more of what is going to be there constructed along the bikeway and along 36 at the different bus stops. That kind of a secure bike facility. And so I would encourage the developer to look into that to not only serve these residents, but to serve the overall development as well, and look at that possibility. So kind of beefing up those bike facilities, and especially taking into account the lack of parking spaces, and knowing that if people are going to not have a parking space, that they're more likely to have that bike needing that bike facility. Charging stations, EV charging capability within all garages. I think that's a must-have at this point. I think that that's where we're going. If we are having garages, they need to be EV compliant at this point. And then the two more comments. One of them is, we know that there's growing airport usage, and with this, there's increase in flights, and of course there's increase in complaints going along with that. I would ensure, and backing up staff on this, ensure that the buildings are designed and constructed with the 25 dB sound reduction of outside to inside noise levels. I think that's a must-have at this point. And so, I would like to ensure that comes forward with any future projects. And then the last comment, and I don't think this is going to be a surprise to Mr. Zepeda and the master developers here, but our next concept review that we're going to see tonight included architectural concepts that included wall murals, and I was definitely attracted to those. That stood out for me. That is something that I've talked with the master developers about, is with the First Bank Center and with the creativity and the creative economy that is going on with it, Arista, having some type of splash, and especially on this building itself, which is a gateway, and has a lot of, presence there to 36, as well as proximity to the First Bank Center. Having some type of large wall mural, I think would be awesome. So, those architectural concepts that are coming up in the next concept review, I think taking into account those and seeing if that's a possibility. So that's all the comments I have, Mayor. Thank you.
All the comments on the concept. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all so much for your comments and your presentation. I do share some of the concerns about the parking, and I know we haven't always had this inclusionary housing ordinance, and before it was passed, we would ask developers if they want to come along with us on this journey to provide more housing equity. So I'm going to ask the developers if you would consider doing this on a voluntary basis to help provide us with more workforce housing.
Yeah, it's something we'll study. Are you asking to actually provide inclusionary housing within the community?
Yes.
Yeah, it's something we'll work with the housing authority and look into a little bit here. I think one of our thoughts initially was we are coming forward with some money here, and we would love to see that money go towards somebody that has the capability and is planning to do affordable housing within their development. And I think we've had some preliminary conversations with the group that will be presenting after ourselves here, and would love to see if we could find a way to any contribution we end up making goes directly to them to support their affordable housing community within Arista.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you guys so much for your application.
Okay, and one other thing, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind me commenting on the parking, the conclusion on it being underparked, I think we should really just think about that a little bit more, because we are parking at 1.6 per unit, and that amounts to 1.1 spaces per bedroom of the apartment.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Lim?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify something that the applicant said in response to Councilmember Anderson's interest in the Living Green initiatives. So the applicant said that minimally they would do EV charging stations as meeting what is required. So I just wanted to clarify for the applicant that unfortunately at this point in time, the Advisory Committee on Environmental Sustainability, ACES, is still in the process of research and stakeholder input on these issues. So you won't see a minimum requirement in code at this point in time. But we all certainly are in agreement that this may be coming forward and we're moving in that direction, so that certainly any effort you can make towards a minimal amount of EV charging stations would be in the spirit of what the direction that we're moving forward in general. So I just wanted to make that comment. And the ACES Transportation Subcommittee has also extensively talked about the transit-oriented nature of Arista and how we need every developer to embrace the encouragement of the residents to use that the BRT. So anything that you can do to encourage the use of echo passes, or I was encouraged with the idea of the commuter lounge, and that's great. So thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lindstedt, we'll go back to you for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the second time to speak. I was still learning these new rules. I thought we had to withhold our comments till the second round. I guess what I'll just say in terms of comments, we could really use some more owner-occupied for sale units. I think this is a great apartment complex. I intend to support it, but just more broadly, this area could use that. And those live work units nearby there are probably some of the best housing stock in the community. I mean, they're amazing. They're creative and different. And, in the future, if we could make sure we're trying to make sure we have some equity in terms of owner occupied units in this part of town, I know I would really, really appreciate it. I think the parking issue, I guess it's a little bit odd to have the overflow be the public lot next door. I mean, I got to chew on that a little bit more. I just think it's a little bit odd that you're gonna have 4 residential units that might utilize those parking spots as well. And then I guess the last comment I have, and I would love maybe Joe, we need to talk offline, or city staff, is how the Broomfield's most transit-oriented development is exempt from inclusionary housing. I think that's a really strange conundrum, and I'm really actually disappointed to hear that. So I guess those are my only comments. I think it's a beautiful looking project. I appreciate the answer in terms of the functionality of the parking space, and I look forward to seeing a more complete sustainability plan moving forward. So that's all I've got, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tessier.
Since I too messed up the order, I was just using my question.
We'll put that in the script next time around.
I will remember. So I too feel very similarly. I feel like I'm really encouraged to hear how you would come along with the city and county of Broomfield as we embark on our inclusionary housing. I think that would go a long way for a real enthusiastic yes from me. Out of the 1,615 units, only 225 are for ownership, and there's a huge disparity there. So I too would like to see, you know, some for sale in this area. This is a really great area. And, you know, additionally, like, Joe, when's the grocery store coming?
Would love to have one tomorrow.
I know you do.
Yeah, we've discussed this in the past, and my grocery store magic wand is not working very well at the moment. If any of you have leads, we would love to have that. But rest assured, in all seriousness, we as a development team have really shooken the trees. We've reached out to just about everybody you can think of. We put proposals together. We've done just about everything and anything that we can think of to try to get the attention of a grocery store. And we've just not succeeded in that, quite frankly.
Appreciate your response, and I appreciate all the efforts to get a grocery store. I just feel like, you know, we want to be urban in suburbia, and wow, it's definitely showing some challenges. And in order for, you know, us to keep approving units here without the amenities that won't, you know, provide their lifestyle, the lifestyle we want to create, it's really hard for me to just keep going with this. But I will stop there. I would like to see this come back, and I would like to see more information on how you plan on coming along with the inclusionary housing, and maybe pair up with the next people who are presenting. But I'm a maybe right now. So thank you.
Councilmember Groom.
Thanks. I do want to make just a couple comments in our continued conversations at Arista. Since I was the one that brought up the grocery store, and I know we've been talking about it, some of the lessons that our society has learned from the unfortunate COVID pandemic is grocery store deliveries. So I do think that those types of things and maybe unique types of services that Arista can bring in can really help that area. And I do know, since I'm in kind of the food industry, grocery store profits and small grocery stores just can't make it. You know, they're less than 2% profit. And it is extremely hard to come into a small neighborhood like Arista. So maybe looking at unique situations like that or solutions could be good for this area. And then secondly, what was my second point? It was a really good point. That's the reason why I write things down. I will have to get back to y'all on that one. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Not seeing any more comments. You know, you got, I guess I'll just try to summarize, highlight some of the stuff. Obviously, parking, council's not convinced yet on parking, and so that's going to be an issue council's going to want to look at when it comes back. The inclusionary housing one is I'll just say to everybody here, what is the obvious is that affordable housing, inclusionary housing, attainable housing is close to the top priority of city council right now, workforce housing. And so the fact that your development was exempt, I don't know what leverage points council has, but they're going to try to find them. And obviously that wasn't lost on you. I do want to highlight a couple comments that were made that I agree with, and I think most council would as well. The facade on 36 would be important. How it's going to look to people on 36. I thought Devon's Councilmember Schaaf's comment on the 25 decibels for the airport was a good one that shouldn't be lost. And he's obviously shown some insider baseball, but I'm assuming that's the standard that we have in the flight pattern, for Jeffco Airport. So that was just something that I didn't want to see lost. Obviously, everybody wants as much sustainability as you possibly can, and but we appreciate it's a good looking project. We appreciate it. I think it's safe to say that council has, they have policy concerns is what they brought up today, but they like the project. So That's the way I guess I would read it. So we're going to move on to the second concept review, which is a project proposal from Gorman and Company LLC to develop three-story apartment buildings with 159 units. We will follow the city standard procedures for concept plan reviews as previously outlined. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com. Copies of comments provided for each plan at broomfieldvoice.com have been provided to the city council and can be found by clicking the correspondence link at the bottom of tonight's agenda. The council has a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And before we move to this and introduce you to another new face, Judy Hammer, who's another senior planner that we will be referring to a lot as we go through these projects. I asked Anna through some of the conversations that I've had with these developers in Arista, what lots are left for residential. And so when we move into our next agenda item, when we're talking about economic vitality and taking a more comprehensive approach, these conversations will be part of these conversations with what is left to develop in each particular area. So Anna had just let me know that after this concept review that you're about to see with the urban village, that will be the last parcel for residential that staff or developers in Arista will be looking for. So again, this is the last residential parcel, unless of course there is a conversation about converting some of the commercial to residential, which I think, given council's caveats tonight on what these developments needs to have in them, or if there's commercial, again, on the bottom and then residential on the top. But as far as a complete lot for residential, this is going to be the last one. And I just want to say quickly too, to Councilmember Lindstedt's question, that PUD that exempted future for example, the inclusionary zoning was passed back in 2006. And so if a developer wants to go back into a PUD, then that opens up, if they wanted to do a conversion from residential to commercial and it opens that door, then we're allowed to have more leverage to apply those ordinances that council changes between when the PUD is initiated and when the ordinance change is initiated. And in these cases, that door was not opened with the PUD. With that, Ms. Hammer, it's good to see you. And please walk us through Urban Transit Village. And the applicants are here for a brief presentation and also questions. Judy.
Thanks, Ms. Hoppen. It's good to see you as well. Good evening, Mayor and City and Council members. Judy Hammer, representing planning staff. The concept plan before you is a proposal for a 159 unit apartment complex within a portion of planning area C of the Broomfield Urban Transit Village Plan Unit Development Plan. The next slide, please. As you can see by this aerial map, this is the project location. It is located south of State Highway 128 and east of Wadsworth Parkway at the southeast corner of Uptown Avenue at 8710 Uptown Avenue. It is adjacent to and near the following properties and businesses. The UC Health Hospital is to the southeast or northeast. The Children's Hospital Therapy Center is to the southeast. First Bank Center, US 36 and Broomfield Park and Ride are located approximately a third mile to the east. Uptown Overlook Park is located to the south and west of the Children's Hospital. And then there is a potential 3-story, 60,000 square foot medical office building that may be constructed and is located approximately 2 blocks to the south. The next slide, please. This comprehensive plan land use designation is transit-oriented development, and the proposal is consistent with the land use map designation. Next slide, please. The 159-unit apartment complex will be offered at 100% affordable housing rates, adding to the mix of apartment types offered within the Arista neighborhood. Next slide, please. The complex will include 3 walk-up buildings at 3 stories in height. The apartment unit sizes are anticipated to range from approximately 550 square feet for 1-bedrooms to 1,100 square feet for 3-bedroom units. The buildings are oriented along Wadsworth Parkway and Uptown Drive, with the southernmost building aligning next to the Cortland Broomfield apartment complex that is immediately to the south. Surface parking is located internally to the site, with the buildings along Wadsworth Parkway placed with the intent to block views of the parking lots. The apartment building adjacent to Wadsworth Parkway will be outside of the required 30-foot building setback. As shown on this aerial plan view drawing, the landscaping will be planted along arterials and internal to the site. Next slide, please. The complex will also feature an indoor common area, a nature play and picnic area, fenced dog park, community gardens, and outdoor gathering spaces. Uptown Overlook Park, as I indicated earlier, is approximately 2 blocks to the south. The PUD indicates that buildings must be within 30 feet of, or outside of the 30 feet from Wadsworth Parkway, 20 feet from Uptown Avenue, and 10 feet from Destination Drive. Whereas surface parking must be 15 feet from Wadsworth Parkway and 10 feet from Uptown Avenue and Destination Drive. Next slide, please. Signs were posted on the property 10 days in advance of the meeting per the Broomfield Municipal Code requirements. The applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting on February 22, where no members of the community attended. Staff has not received any written comments from neighbors as a result of the posted legal notice, project details on Broomfield Voice, or the mailed notices to residents and property owners. In addition to noticing being posted on Nextdoor, this project is also identified on the active development map, which is accessible on the city's website. Next slide, please. Based on the proposed unit type and count provided and per the Broomfield Municipal Code, there is a shortage of 10.5 parking spaces. Although the parking requirements call for 301.5 spaces, this proposal indicates that there will be 291 spaces, and these include 9 on street with 282 on site. Since this property is located near a bus rapid transit station, is adjacent to a network of bicycle and pedestrian trails, and is within a transit-oriented development plan, a minor shortage of parking spaces may be absorbed. Further items to consider when evaluating on-site parking could include the proximity of the transit station, availability of transit passes to residents from the owners, walkable design, on-site bicycle facilities and amenities, and the proximity to the shared public parking garage or on-street parking access. The second one is with the sustainability. Council identified affordable housing, sustainable development, and public art as priorities for 2021. Any sustainable elements or opportunities for public art that would be incorporated into development would be beneficial and may include rooftop solar panels, low water use, drought tolerant landscaping, which can include plantings that attract bees and pollinators, energy efficient appliances installed throughout each unit, and sustainable building materials and practices while constructing the complex. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This concludes staff's summary presentation. The applicant's team is available to make a brief presentation and to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Judy. Good presentation.
Thank you.
So we'll go to the applicant's representatives. Will you please identify yourself for our listeners, and then you can begin your brief presentation this evening.
Thank you so much for having us today. I'm Kimball Krangle. I am the Colorado Market President with Gorman and Company. Address is 1060 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado 80204. We are very excited to be in front of you today to present our crosswinds at Arista affordable housing development concept. Gorman and Company is a 35-year-old development group, and we opened our doors in the Denver and Colorado markets in 2014. We focus on affordable and workforce housing development that helps meet community housing goals. And with that, we've been really excited to work with the Arista neighborhood team, Joe and others, as we developed our site here on the state land board site that is on the far edge of Arista. Next slide, please. Our project team here with us today is Gorman and Company, myself. We have Norris Design, again, who you're all familiar with. Workshop 8 is helping us with architecture, where Malcolm as our civil engineer, and then Gorman and Company will also act as architect of record. Next slide, please. I talked a little bit about our experience and loved hearing the excitement over murals. We're big fans of public art on our properties where it makes sense. We are vertically integrated with development, architecture, construction, and property management in-house. Next slide, please. And have, through our project team, a number of examples in similar settings to Arista, whether they're urban or suburban TOD, new urbanist communities that we have developed over the course of our years. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn this over to Elena with Norris Design to take you through our site plan.
Hey everyone, can you hear me okay? I'm going to take that as a yes.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction, Kimball. I'm Elena Scott with Norris Design. I think you know our address by now, but it's 1101 Bannock Street in Denver, Colorado. And I work with Gorman on many communities throughout the state. And so it's very exciting to be presenting to you here in Broomfield tonight. And just being able to listen to your meeting tonight and hear the things that are of interest to you. We're just really happy to be bringing a new community into Arista, adding the opportunities to expand affordable housing in this transit-oriented community. It's something that's really important to us, and we're just so happy to be here tonight with you. Next slide, please. The site's located on Parcel C of the Broomfield Urban Transit Village. I think Judy covered that very nicely. Our total acreage is 6.24 acres, and we're within the mixed-use perimeter area of the Broomfield Urban Transit Village. So we're next to Wadsworth, Uptown, and Destination Drive. The lot's currently vacant and owned by the State Land Board. And in 2020, they issued a request for proposals for development of the parcel. And they had a lot of applicants, and Gorman was selected following that competitive process. And really, Gorman and Company brings a really long track record of creating inclusive communities in Colorado and throughout the country. And they're a really great partner, not only for Arista, but for the Broomfield community as a whole. To be bringing new housing into Arista that really supports our overarching council and community goals. The site plan includes 3 apartment buildings with outdoor common areas, outdoor amenities, and surface parking. The site meets all of our PUD setback requirements. 2 of the buildings are lining Wadsworth Parkway and Uptown Avenue. And the most important thing is that these buildings really will block parking from the public rights of way. I have a slide further in the presentation that shows the context and the topography. And it's really important to remember how low the site sits from those public rights of way. And we'll show some images on that here in a minute. We have a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. We like to cater to a broad spectrum of residents, including singles, families, you know, really trying to accommodate a lot of different lifestyles and bringing them into this mixed-use transit-oriented community. We're providing 159 units and 290 parking spaces, which is about 1.8 spaces per unit. We've already talked a lot about parking tonight, but 1.8 spaces per unit, 1.1 per bedroom. And Gorman's really experienced in building, and not only building, but also Kimball mentioned the vertical integration, but they also, build and manage. So it's a nice distinction here is that ability of noticing not only how it's built, but also how it's managed and how it operates over the long term. And that experience has shown them that they're really comfortable with this proposed parking ratio. And we're really happy with how the plan's laying out. Next slide, please. Thank you. Any slide with a cute dog on it is a good one to stay on for a little while, but this one's pretty fast. We have a large area of green space preserved around the perimeter of the structures, and that respects the existing easements and also avoids those steep slopes. We'll be looking at pedestrian connectivity in those zones as well and have sidewalks planned to connect along our property perimeter on Destination Drive. The site's going to include outdoor amenities for residents, including a grill area and community gardens, which we've had a lot of success with, a dog park, and just a play area for the families that are going to live in this community. We also realize there are many great amenities within Arista that the residents will have access to, which just adds to that richness that the Arista community provides as a whole. Vehicular access will come from 2 points off Destination Drive, which loop through the surface parking aisles. And we've already just gone ahead and met with the fire department and all of that to walk through our site plan and really get ahead of where we are with the plan at this point. From a sustainability perspective, we're really creating economic sustainability in the Arista neighborhood by providing affordable housing, but especially in a transit-oriented community. We all know that people commute and go to their jobs, and it's really important to us to offer this here. The Crosswinds plan will also provide EV charging stations within the parking areas, and of course, low water use landscape materials. And as I mentioned before, Gorman's a long-term owner of their properties, and so they're very mindful of building envelope, which is really important to energy use and construction durability. And that creates communities that are aesthetically appealing and long-lasting. If you could go to the next slide, please. There are a few images here showing some conceptual architectural massing. We've worked really hard as a design team to bring the site and buildings together. And one of the main goals is it's that vertical element you can see in green there at the intersection of Uptown and Destination. But locating a community space on the first floor of that corner really helps us to engage the public realm and activate the corner and just bring the whole vibe of Arista throughout the site and really connect all of the community, really thinking about how that corner can have an expanded sidewalk and elements that really feel like it's easy to connect through, but also it feels more engaging interior to exterior. Just activation, it's really important, and it's a huge part of Arista. The buildings they block views of the parking from the surrounding roadways, and the architectural design will fit in with Arista's context as a whole. We'd love to hear some of your thoughts, additional thoughts on murals and appropriateness of that in our community. Next slide, please. These are a couple of the images I was talking about, and you all know as residents, but the topography of the site's really important. Majority of the site sits between 20 feet to 40 feet lower than Wadsworth and Uptown. So our site's really sunken down, and so we've really focused in on how we're going to engage that corner of Destination in Uptown, knowing that Wadsworth and Uptown are really not going to have a lot of visibility into our parking or our buildings. And next slide, and this is the last one, and then you're done with us for today. Thank you for your feedback. Our entire team is available to answer any questions, and we look forward to hearing your comments. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate the applicant's presentation. We'll go to public comments next. If there is any member of the public that would like to address this concept review, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Public comments will be limited as previously outlined. I'm not noting anyone in the queue or at any place within CRL. So we'll go to Planning and Zoning Commission. Commissioner Franz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question. I noticed the dog park and the garden are up by Uptown Avenue. And I noticed the dog park looks bigger than the nature play area. And I just wonder if there's any place for the people in the community that they could put up a badminton net or volleyball net. And my last comment is I know I'm not speaking alone. Just thank you so much for bringing this project to Broomfield. It's something we desperately need. Thank you.
Yeah, you are very welcome for that. And we're very, very excited. And I should note that one of the very big reasons that we were attracted to bringing our development activities to the city of Broomfield is because of how engaged the Housing Advisory Committee is, and that you have set forward very clear and predictable policies that are welcoming to affordable housing. And so I would commend the council and the Housing Advisory Committee on doing so. It sends a clear message to developers like myself. So thank you. In terms of areas for play, we really do have quite a bit of space in the green areas surrounding the buildings, but we also, in many of our communities, really do encourage use of neighborhood-wide amenities, like the great other open space amenities that Arista has to offer. And so we do have space within the site. We also have indoor amenity space within the site, and then as well as connections to the larger Arista neighborhood for folks to use those amenities.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the planning and zoning? Is there any other board members here tonight from any other committees that would like to provide comments? I'm not noting any, so we'll go to, we'll actually go to council questions and comments. And once again, council, we'll do a 5-minute and then a 2-minute. And so council members, your comments, questions, feedback? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go first. So as you heard in the last concept, I love the wall murals. I'd love to see this piece of this project come to fruition. I think it's something that has been missed from the Arista development, especially as the First Bank Center is there. There's a lot of arts patrons that are going to concerts, going to events that are happening in Arista. There's more of the creative economy that is represented there in Arista. So I would love to see this come to fruition. And I've spoken with the master developer, and I think that there is some desire to have that there as well. So I would love to see that happen. I love to see the development being 100% of the 159 units being 30 to 60% AMI. That's huge. I think this development, the one downside that I see with this development is, and it's kind of in contrary to the last concept, I think this has too much parking. I would like to see less of the surface use in this project dedicated to something other than parking. I just think that there's too much parking, and especially surface parking for this development. So I don't know. Like I said, it's contrary to the last concept review. I'd like to ensure that there's safe pedestrian crossing through the parking lot to get to the dog park, as well as the other residential units. That's something, obviously, well, maybe it's not obvious, but from the concept review, that kind of detail I don't normally see, but I'd like to ensure that that's incorporated when the project comes forward, is that there is safe pedestrian crossing through that parking lot. And then the last thing, which is kind of piggybacking on the last concept, is secure bicycle facilities, and not just bike racks, but this is another great development which has the ability to serve bike users, and having those safe bike facilities is going to increase the usage of those. So that's all the comments I have. Thank you for bringing this project forward.
Councilmember Tessier.
I could just say ditto to what Councilmember Schaaf says. I do love the creative economy idea. I love the creativity and the murals. I think this is a real great spot for it. And I love the attention to sustainability along with inclusionary housing. I think that those two together should always go hand in hand because it's going to end up saving everybody in the long run. Might be a little more investment up front, but certainly in the long run, it's more sustainable, right? I don't have any comments about the parking. How many parking spots do you have?
290.
290.
282 on-site and then some off-site parking as well. Or excuse me, on-street parking as well.
On street, okay. Yeah, maybe we could look at, and there are how many, I'm sorry, it's hard for me to, I don't have two screens in front of me. So how many units are there?
159.
159. Yeah, interesting. Could some of the, are you closer to the other places? Could they use some of your parking? Could we figure out a way to make it work for everybody? I think we could. Thank you. I definitely am going to support this project. I love it. And if I think of any more questions, I will chime in. Thank you.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also ditto the past two council members. This is a refreshing piece tonight to listen to. I think you guys wanted some feedback on murals and how to use it. I will always defer to Councilmember Schaaf on this. However, I will add in my input as a short person. I love looking at tall things, right? And even from that highway, that road, it would be nice to see. I see a lot of vertical murals. It would be interesting to see sort of a horizontal one, and you know what that might look like. It would add really some good visual pieces to driving in that area, and I think it would be really beneficial, and particularly, you know, if we can figure out some way to light it up in a way that isn't intrusive, I think that would be really cool too. But I appreciate, you know, gosh, just all the inclusionary housing and just all you've done with the community gardens too. We have sort of a mecca of community gardens in the area, and some places have where they have a lot of volunteers but not a lot of money, or they have a lot of money, like over at CenturyLink, which used to be level 3, but they don't have a lot of volunteers. So I'm curious as to how that is run usually in these projects, and how the community garden has worked in the past. I would just like to hear about that a little bit if you have the time.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
Thank you for that question. You know, our community gardens are always very popular at our communities. We tend to always have quite a few children living in our apartment complexes, and we make sure that we have good infrastructure for the gardens, hose bibs, so there's water obviously available, storage sheds for tools and other things. And so it's oftentimes we don't see as much turnover in our apartment homes because of the affordability and the lack of other supply that might be available. And so we do find that we have longer term residents that act as the community garden leaders to keep those sustained over time.
Good deal. And how is it funded generally?
Through the operations of the apartment complex. So we'll build it out during construction, and then it's part of just ongoing operational expenses.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Yeah. And then going back to the murals too, I know you guys are sunken down in there, so that's why it would be nice to see something sort of up top too. I think it'd be a welcome addition. So thank you.
Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is a terrific project. One of my, favorite projects we've seen in a study session recently. I'm kind of amazed that you guys have a higher parking ratio than a lot of non-affordable complexes. So I'm very impressed by in all respects in the project, and I look forward to seeing it come forward. And I'm excited to have it in the Ward 2 part of Arista. So thanks for bringing it forward, and I think it'll be a great addition to our community. So, thank you, Mayor.
So I had a couple questions. I mean, there's not a lot to summarize. Everybody likes the project. So you mentioned the state.
Mayor. Mayor, I'm sorry. I was attempting to raise my hand too. I apologize.
Okay, Councilmember Groom.
I'm sorry. So I did want to comment on a couple things. One, a question for staff. Is this project, did Broomfield have any matching funds, or how did this come about in regards to the land and the land use? I know that it was state land board owned.
Right.
Was that a donation, or I didn't understand how?
Well, Kimball can probably answer how how they worked with the request for proposal and got the bid, but it is state land board property.
Yes, thank you, Judy. So we did respond to an RFP with the State Land Board, and we received the award of that RFP process. We will be purchasing the site from the State Land Board, but we did commit to delivering affordable housing at the property. And so there was a mission alignment, I think, between our vision and the goals of the State Land Board as well. You know, we will be requesting some financial support from the city. We've been working hand in hand with Cheryl at the Housing Authority with that, but we don't have that firmed up yet. We have submitted a tax credit application to the Colorado Housing Finance Authority in a non-competitive 4% round, which gets a little technical, but once that award has been finalized, we'll work again with the Housing Advisory Committee on a couple of points, including potential bond cap and potential city funding as well.
So at this point in time, this project moving forward would or would not have a city matching funds attached to it?
We would love for there to be, but that conversation, it's just got to wait until we have the tax credit award in hand.
And the tax credit is separate from the regular the tax credit stuff. It's non-competitive, so we don't have to wait for that. Perfect. Okay.
Well, we'll have to wait about 45 days for the official word, but correct.
Sure, but it's not one of the competition rounds where we may or may not get it.
That is correct.
Excellent. Okay. Wonderful. And then I know there was a comment made that said that Gorman is usually a long-term owner. What is that? Is that like 100 years, or what's the terms that we're looking at as far as long-term affordable housing for Broomfield?
Well, that's a great question. As part of the RFP response with the State Land Board, we did commit to perpetual affordability.
Nice. Okay. Wonderful. And then I guess my other concern is in regards to the surrounding buildings at Arista. I do think that the surrounding buildings have a level of luxury components to it. And I want to make sure that the build of this facility doesn't have a significant difference, right? Only because we don't want it to look like affordable housing. We don't want to say, oh, that, you know, that building's made out of X and here's a full brick building, right? So is there any kind of requirements that you guys have in your building where it's 50% match of the surrounding community, or how do you blend in with the surrounding community to make sure that it's not affordable housing looking?
Yeah, I would definitely ask you to look at some of the projects that we've built in what we submitted to the city so that you can see the level of quality that we do build to. You know, our projects are very focused on long-term sustainability and quality. We are owners and operators for the long haul because of a lot of reasons, but largely any tax credit developer is required to stay as owner and operator of their projects for quite a while. In doing that, we really do look to high quality materials and to make sure that the operational costs are reined in where we have an impact in doing so. And I think that you will be pleasantly surprised at the quality of construction that we follow, as well as the type of product that we do build that does fit in with neighborhoods. Every site is so unique. We do not have a standard template for design guidelines within the company. We really work with the communities that we do work with, but it is absolutely a fine balance between cost and making the numbers balance, just given the inherent cap on the revenues that we bring in because of the rents that we're targeting.
Yeah, I know there's a balance. I just want to make sure that the people that live there, there's not a clear difference that that's the affordable housing complex. I know we're trying to do more inclusionary housing with our housing program, where it's 10 units within a complex versus an entire complex itself. So thank you for your build. And then in regards to my opinion of the murals and public art, I'm not a huge fan of the murals, but I would say as we move forward, if there is an approval process for the murals, and we'll have to talk about that as a council and staff of how we move forward with it. I really don't think that it fits in that area, talking about the architecture of that area, a large mural, but I am a huge supporter of art. So you know, something that might fit in the area, I wouldn't know off the top of my head. I would have to come up with something, some kind of idea, but the ones at least that I saw in the picture is not something that really stood out to me. So that, since you asked for my opinion, is my opinion. So thank you very much for coming to Broomfield. I'm super excited for the project and look forward to that financial discussion in the future.
Thank you. And one more comment, the income blend here, depending on household size, will range from a household income of $21,000 a year all the way up to an income of up to $92,000 a year. So this will be a mixed income yet affordable development.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That would be great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, so actually, Councilmember Groma asked a lot of my questions. So I guess, so when you say state land board, I haven't heard the phrase state land board for several years. So we're talking about the section per township that goes to education, and so remnants of that ended up in Broomfield. I'd heard that before, and I guess, I mean, that's pleasant. It's great to hear, because I guess I wasn't fully aware of this project. And then you said going up to 92,000. Are you assuming the 92,000 is 80% of AMI or?
Yes, that would be the maximum via 80% AMI. So we have a handful of apartment homes at 30% AMI, and then a handful that offsets that at 80% AMI. The bulk of the apartment homes will be 50 and 60% of area median income.
Okay, well, I mean, I think it's safe to say that the council loves the idea. So your next step, you will be talking to the Housing Authority Committee, because you have not approached them yet.
Well, we did do a preliminary review with the Housing Advisory Committee, but we intend to see them again for sure.
Okay. Well, I mean, like I said, you're well received, and so everybody's looking forward to the project coming back. I think it's safe to say, and you might get different opinions on the mural, but everybody's looking forward to the project coming back. So,
well, thank you. We can right size the mural, and as a fellow short person, I understand the importance of height versus horizontal. So thank you.
Anyway, thank you so much for the project. It's a high priority to council, as we said in the last concept review. So thank you so much. Council, we've been at it for over 2 hours, but it seems we've got two big projects here. Let's go ahead. The city manager tells me that we can cover the water board in 10 minutes. And so I'm going to hold her to that challenge and go ahead and try to get that done before the break. So what we'll do is go ahead and do the water board presentation, and then we'll go to our evening break. So Our next agenda item this evening is a discussion on Broomfield's petition for a Broomfield County Director of the Northern Water Board. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. David Allen, Director of Public Works, will walk us through this item. David.
Let me qualify one thing. So CRL is done.
Correct.
Okay, Roger, thank you so much. So go ahead. Sorry.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. I'm David Allen, Director of Public Works. And by way of introduction, we also have Aaron Messner, who's our Water Resources Manager, who's on the line tonight in the event that we have very technical questions. And so this topic is being presented to provide an overview of the governance of the Northern Water Board and how Broomfield's representation has evolved since we first joined back in 1989. At the end of this presentation, what we'd like to do is seek Council's direction and feedback on a proposal to petition the Northern Water Board to add a Broomfield representative to that governing body. So if we could move on to the next slide. This next slide shows a timeline of the establishment first of the Northern Water District. It was initially formed back in 1937 to operate the water facilities associated with the Colorado Big Thompson project. And when that district was formed, there were originally 11 directors on that board. And it was made up for the combination of various directors from Boulder County, Weld County, Larimer County, Morgan County, Logan County, Sedgwick, and Washington counties. In 1960, Boulder County had petitioned to add another director to the board, and so that brought the total number up to 12 board members. And those 12 board members currently exist today, and they each serve 4-year terms, and essentially 3 new directors, because of the term cycles, 3 new directors are appointed each year to the Northern Water Board. The other major milestone was in 1970 when the municipal subdistrict of the Northern Water District was formed, and that subdistrict was a separate political entity from the Northern Water Board, which was again established to operate the Colorado Big Thompson project, but the municipal subdistrict was commissioned to finance, construct, and operate the Windy Gap project. And so what ended up happening is that when that board was formed, essentially the Northern Water Board was also assigned to serve in the capacity of the board for the municipal subdistrict. And when you think about the city council and say the Board of Public Health, it's kind of a similar kind of situation where we have 2 different political bodies, but the same members serve on each of those boards. Northern joined, or Broomfield joined both Northern Water and the municipal subdistrict in 1989 when we bought our first Windy Gap shares from the city of Greeley. And those shares were intended to offset or replace our Great Western Reservoir supplies, which were being threatened by the contamination at the Rocky Flats site. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. And so, as I mentioned, on the left-hand side here, you see the breakdown of the 12 different board members that make up the Northern Water Board. What's unique about Northern Water and Broomfield, though, is that when Broomfield joined Northern Water, the legacy counties of Boulder and Weld were the only ones that were eligible to join into the Northern District Board. And so essentially, the areas that are highlighted in green and red in the upper right-hand corner were the areas that were part of the Northern Water Board. And then the areas that correspond to the purple and yellow were exclusively only for the municipal subdistrict. And so what we essentially have are basically 2 different distinct areas within Broomfield that are associated with the Colorado Big Thompson project and the Northern Water Board, where the entirety of Broomfield is included within the municipal subdistrict. If we move into the next slide, this is more clearly shown on the next slide. And again, you have some areas of, if we could move on to the next slide, please. Oh, thank you. So there's essentially three different types of areas that are represented by the Northern Water Board. One is those areas that are strictly within the Northern Water boundary, areas that are both within the Northern Water boundary and the municipal subdistrict, and then those that are in the subdistrict only. And again, you can see here that the areas that correspond to the Jefferson and Adams Legacy County are only within the subdistrict boundary, whereas the Legacy, Boulder, and Weld counties are within both of those areas. So if we can move on to the next slide. So essentially, when Broomfield became a county, we were represented by the Boulder County representatives, but when we became a county in 2001, we essentially lost our representation on the board. And we have been in conversations with the executive team at Northern Water Board, or at Northern Water, as well as their legal team, and have come up with a plan to work together collaboratively to go ahead and request that Broomfield has a director that's added to their board. And the process here is laid out on this slide, where the first step would be for Broomfield to formally request that the Northern Water Board petition to the district court that established Northern to add a Broomfield seat. And then the second part of that process then is the Northern, again, officially files a motion with the courts that established both the Northern Water Board and the municipal subdistrict. We could move on to the next slide. And if that court, if the court approves of that petition, then the next steps would be for Northern Water to announce the vacancies for that new Broomfield board position. And that one position would serve, again, both the Northern Water Board and the municipal subdistrict board, and time that vacancy along with their normal recruitment process that they would do for their normal board fillings. And so looking ahead at the calendar, if we move forward and everything falls into place, and the court approves the motion to add the Broomfield director, the public notice for that position would go out in late June or early July and be open for 60 days with a closing at the end of August, so that the courts can then act on or review the applications and then appoint a Broomfield director to sit on the board in September, normally in September when they select all the new board members. So next slide, please. So this slide represents the eligibility requirements for the Broomfield, potential Broomfield director if it is approved by the court. They would have to have resided within the northern boundary for 1 year, own real property, and be knowledgeable in water matters. And again, the Broomfield director would need to come from the areas that's shaded in blue here, which again corresponds to the Legacy, Boulder, and Legacy, Weld County areas within Broomfield. Next slide. And so next steps for staff would, if council is supportive of us moving forward to request a Broomfield director from the Northern Board, next steps for us would be to prepare a draft resolution for consideration of council's approval at the next regular meeting on April 13th. And that resolution would then authorize the city and county manager to formally submit the request to the Northern Board and initiate the process to add a Broomfield representative to the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District Board. And so that concludes staff's presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So we'll go to council questions, comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll be brief. I think we're 20 years overdue for representation on the water board, so let's do it. Thank you, David.
Councilmember Tessier.
What constitutes how many members and how many from each county? Is it by population?
Councilmember Tessier, it's a combination of both population and area within the district as well.
Okay.
And so when you look at, particularly when you look at the Larimer, Boulder, and Weld counties, each of those three have populations in the order of about 300,000 people within their counties. And so that's why they have the largest, and they have also one of the largest areas as well within the district.
Okay, and then my next question is, because Broomfield's population was considered when Boulder had their 3 spots, would this remove one of the Boulder spots or just be an addition to the board?
It would be in addition to the board, so that then we would increase the total number of board members from 12 to 13 if Broomfield is approved to have an additional director.
Great, and I like the idea of having an odd number anyway. So yeah, I definitely support this. I wholeheartedly, yeah. So whatever we need to do to make it happen, yeah, let us know.
Councilmember Groom.
All right, Mr. Allen, I have absolutely no idea how you keep all the maps and boundaries straight. I followed you, but there was absolutely no way I could repeat what you just said. But thank you for walking us through that. A question is I thought Broomfield had a high percentage of the water usage or water ownership of shares in the northern water. So does that play into account for number of directors or just the population like you just mentioned?
Well, the ownership of shares can be a qualifying requirement to request a board director, but you have to own at least 10% of the water within the district. And when we're looking at the CBT shares, I think Broomfield's ownership is close to, it's in between 4 and 5% of the total ownership.
Oh.
And another way that Broomfield could potentially petition directly to the court to add a director. However, in order for us to do that, we would need to get 10% of the electorate within the district to sign a petition. And so the current population within the district is a little over 1 million. I'm not sure what the breakdown in terms of the ownership of properties are, but we would need to get 10% of the eligible electorate to sign the petition to join. And so we feel that working with Northern and having them make the request is a more viable option for us.
Okay, perfect. Well, I support it. And thank you for bringing this to us and working out all the details. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to clarify, and it's just a little unclear for me. So the board member that would be going from Broomfield would either, I mean, is that a desire that it's either staff or council, or is it really open to anybody that lives within the water district board or boundaries?
Councilmember Schaaf, it would be anybody that would be an eligible person that lives within the boundaries that were shaded in the blue areas.
Okay, and then would that be
own property?
Perfect, yeah. Thank you. And so at that point, would this then be an appointment by council, or how does that process happen at that point?
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf, again for that question, and I didn't go over it in a lot of detail in the interest of time, but the appointment is made by a committee of the chief judges that are represented within each district. And so there's a public notice process for those that are interested in applying for that position. And then those would be submitted to the court, and then the chief judges within each of the respective counties would get together and then make the selection in terms of who would represent each of the counties or each of the areas.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. I when I saw that chief judge's piece, I just wasn't sure that was kind of the level at which this would be appointed, but thank you for that clarification. So this is a committee of all of those chief judges that decide upon all of those water district board members. This isn't just judicial district 17 chief judge deciding Broomfields, right?
No, you're correct. And so it would also be the 19th district, the 20th district, 8th district, and I think it's the 13th district. So those chief judges, plus we would add the 17th district judge, because 17th district is as Adams and Broomfield, to that mix of the selection process.
Okay, Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. I fully support this. I think, as Mayor Pro Tem said, this is way overdue. And I think that it's about time that we get representation, especially with the big projects that we have coming forward. So thank you for your work on this, Mr. Allen, and to the rest of the staff. And I look forward to the ordinances coming forward.
Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the web page right now for the Board of Directors, and I'm a little bit, okay, so I'm a little bit confused, Mr. Allen. It says on their web page that the 12-member Board of Directors establishes policy and strategic direction. Can you translate that to something that maybe a normal human can understand?
So policy and direction would be related to establishing kind of rules of operation and also authorizing replacement of or reinvestment of capital projects and those types of things. So it's very similar to the roles and responsibility that City Council has with governance over the city and county operations. It operates in a similar manner.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I appreciate that. And is there a cost to the city and county of Broomfield? Not that that would stop me from supporting this, but is there a monetary cost that would go along with our application to have a board member?
Councilmember Law Evans, there would be no additional cost other than the costs that we currently pay to Northern Water and the municipal subdistrict for the shares that we own in both of those districts, and then also for our proportionate share of the operations.
Absolutely. I see. Okay. Very good. I fully support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I do not have any additional questions, and I just want to say that I do support this since you're looking for feedback. Thank you.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quickly, I support this because representation is better than no representation. Although I'm curious just a little bit, because when I joined the Jefferson Parkway Highway Authority, it was interesting with the power dynamics in that even though I could vote one way, I was always outvoted 2-3, and they would utilize our money however they wished. So I just have concerns about power dynamics, and if we have one board member, how big is that voice, and what sort of power dynamics are we looking at? I noticed that, Councilmember Law Evans asked some great questions about, what exactly is expected out of them and what is their purpose and those sorts of things. And policy and strategic direction is one thing. Authorization of capital is another, I think. So where do the power dynamics sort of land for Broomfield, do you feel?
Great question, Councilmember Hinkle. The power dynamics now with the board has not so much been county versus county any longer. What we're seeing now is that because of the gradual acquisition of shares by municipalities, what we're really seeing is decisions really based on the manner in which municipalities would like to see the system operated versus how the agricultural owners would like to see the system operated. And they're both there to maximize the water. However, there are particular nuances that come out, particularly like, for example, if it's a dry year, if it's a first year of a dry year, the municipalities would much rather hold back the water and keep it for the following year, whereas the ag folks may want to use it that year because it is a drought year for them. And so that's really where you're seeing more of the kind of the push and pull, if you will, in terms of the decision-making process. However, the board is very cognizant about getting feedback from all of the users within the system, particularly at the CBT, the Colorado Big Thompson level, as well as the Windy Gap level. When we're talking about decisions made at that level, there's only 13 participants, and they're very vocal in terms of swaying and guiding the final decision and providing recommendations to the board and really helping to shape that. And from Broomfield's perspective, particularly as we look at the Windy Gap project, we are the single largest participant in the Windy Gap project itself. And so we do carry a lot of weight, even though we don't have representation on that board, just because of the level of participation we have with that project.
Okay, that makes sense to me. All right, thank you. That's all my questions tonight.
Yeah, I guess that all gets into my questions, David, and I think you answered it. I mean, obviously, it's been on my mind for a year. We're gonna spend $200 million on Windy Gap, $177 million of debt. We're talking right now with, about whether that debt's going to be shared debt, or it's going to be direct debt. But I'm assuming that, going back to the comment about the power dynamics, that we'll have a pretty ironclad contract on that. When we commit to that project, the Windy Gap project itself is a very specific project, which is going to generate very specific water that we know what we're going to get out of it. So the power dynamics of the board, I guess I'll put that as a question. How much does it come into play, the power dynamics of the board? I mean, I'm assuming not a lot, because we can contractually make sure we get, if we put 200 million, we have a lot of say.
Right. And so we do have a lot, again, just to reiterate, we do have a lot of say and influence on the direction that particularly what the sub-district goes in. And I'll give you just one example is the terms that the group financing was looking at was initially at 30 years. And we were the kind of at the spearhead of pushing Northern to also offer a 20-year financing for the group participants. And what was interesting about that process, even though we were the ones pushing for it, once that was set up and structured as an optional 20-year or 30-year, surprisingly enough, about half of the participants that were participating in the group financing also wanted the 20-year option too as well. And so we were able to help guide that and move that forward strictly, because we were interested in the 20-year financing on the group financing structure.
Well, let me ask a direct question though. We're going to put 200 million in, putting this financing to the side. We're going to put 200 million in, whatever the number is going to be. We know what percentage of water we're going to get out of that, right?
Yes.
And so I mean, what's going to go down to board power dynamics as far as Windy Gap's concerned? The contract will be drafted in such a way when we commit that money. I mean, we've made a commitment to the share of the 20%, but we don't have we don't have the formal agreement in place yet, do we, for how that occurs? Or
well, yes, we do have the formal agreement in place in terms of how it occurs. However, we still have the option of opting out of that and issuing our own debt rather than participating in the group.
We're getting into we're getting into a lot of details, and I apologize to the council for doing that. So I mean, obviously, it's a slam dunk. We need a member of the board. So I mean, I'm glad you're doing it, and so I think you've got the full council support. So thank you for bringing it to us. Thank you, Aaron. So then let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and I'll go ahead and just say let's come back at 8:02 because I'm showing 7:52. So let's take a 10-minute break. See you at 8:02.
I got the.
Hey, Jeff, how you feeling? Okay.
Good, thank you, Mayor.
Hanging in there. We got a little feedback.
Oh. Turn it accidentally on. Turn.
Okay, it's 8:02. Our next agenda item this evening is the discussion on growing a sustainable Broomfield. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We are really excited to bring you the topic tonight. This is the culmination of about a 9-month effort. 6 months of the last time that we had brought forward the idea of a comprehensive approach to development that takes into account all of our development efforts, the restrictions that we have in place now, how to manage those moving forward, taking a comprehensive and integrated approach to how we best build out our 33 square miles in a thoughtful, reasonable, sustainable, thriving way. That includes incorporating the long-range financial plan, which in the past has been a valuable document, but not necessarily a dynamic document, a tool that can help guide us with trending and capacity and not be an item on a shelf, but rather an integral part of how we make decisions as we move forward in a dynamic way. And remaining relevant so that it's not an every 5-year update, but it's a consistent update. Part of the decision, or I'm sorry, the conversation that we're going to have with you tonight, we call him Professor Romine here on staff. Jeff will kick us off and walk us through the PowerPoint. This was done with our matrix team from beginning to end. Part of what we have been doing, we've been practicing what you all will see tonight. The tangible results you will see more and more with every development that we bring to you. Part and parcel, some of the conversations that we've had tonight, where we foresee all of the developers getting in a room, sharing concepts, ideas, themes, thoughts, again, with the intention of doing what's best for the community as a whole and not individual project by project, but rather how can our, for example, the Catalyst, Baseline, Civic Center, Flatirons, and Interlochen, how can we capitalize on those developments when we're chasing down what we need to have happen in Broomfield? So rather than having it be a one-way approach, we want to be able to identify when we go through this PowerPoint tonight, we have a map as well as the integrated matrix that is polished and ready for prime time. Anna is available. And of course, Brenda will walk us through the financial aspects. Again, taking the document that again has been on the shelf for the every 5-year plan and really making that a document that we bring back to this council from a policy perspective and a refresh perspective to make sure that it's not an annual dialogue, but you will see it throughout every development project and conversation that we have with you all. Jeff will bring it home on what we believe to be next steps And then, of course, with our bifurcation of the planning and zoning, that is the tool that will then, those individuals will have the alignment capabilities to know what council expects, what the community is expecting, and how we get there from point A to point B, and allow the new members of that bifurcated board to ensure that council's vision, mission, and values are implemented on a project-by-project basis from a comprehensive perspective. So again, I'm going to kick it over to Jeff. Presentation itself will not be any more than about 20 minutes, so we have plenty of room for conversations as we move forward. Jeff.
Thank you, City County Manager Hoffman and members of council, Mayor Pro Tem. As Jennifer pointed out, this has been a conversation that we've been having with you all for in excess of, as she mentions, it's 9 months. Specifically, roughly 6 months ago, we came forward, Brenda and I came forward with Jennifer, and we presented the framework and the beginnings of those kernels of ideas and thinking it through. And what you have tonight before you is the progress that we've made over that period of time, but more importantly, a representation of how that change has been occurring. So much like your conversation earlier on the 2 housing projects in Arista, the concept proposals, and some of the conversations we've been having with you all and we'll be presenting in April around baseline, that is really what we are doing already. So this is sharing with you our practice based upon the conversation and the direction you gave us 6 months ago, and as we've been moving forward. Jennifer already mentioned we've done a couple of actions, or I should say you have done some actions with Jennifer's leadership also, and that is we formed the Matrix team, which just as a reminder includes folks from the City Attorney's Office, Finance, Planning, Economic Vitality, as well as the City Manager's Office. We also bring in some others of our colleagues in, such as housing, to be in part of that conversation, sustainability at various points in time. Additionally, you've already gone through the first reading on changes in the community development planning process, and you'll be considering the second reading of that, I believe, next week or the following week. So next slide, please. Effectively, the components of community vitality, the components of how we are trying to change the conversation, you've already put in place also in some of your conversations, but it's thinking about, and it's just not about creating more. Oftentimes when people talk about development, they think it's more. And really what we're trying to do is make sure it matches up and strengthens opportunities and increases options and choices. Earlier tonight, you talked a little bit about first-time home buyers potentially, attainable housing and affordable housing. And you immediately did make the connection around mobility around Arista and thinking about how to accentuate and encourage the use of mass transit, last mile transit. And so those are the types of things we're talking about, and those are the types of things we want to engage our development community in prior to them coming to council in the concept review, and we've already started doing that. And even those 2 projects, we began that conversation with them so they were prepared to be able to respond to some of the needs and priorities that you've expressed. This is about leading us to tomorrow, and as you all have shared with us through your priorities, through our various surveys and studies, this is very much about a community in change, but more importantly, a community that is trying to become what it feels it needs to be and has a vision. And that involves environmental sustainability, density, fulfilling our aspirations and enhancing our neighborhoods, and of course, the multimodal transportation choices. The other part that I oftentimes talk about is we want to create value and wealth in our community. It's just not about revenue and transactions. And oftentimes when you take a shorter term perspective on development, think about Kimball Craig's conversation earlier and the question that was asked about how long will the attainable and affordable housing be in that project? It will be forever. It's a sustained outcome. And so it's not transactional. It's not about how do we get a project done, but more importantly, how does it contribute to our community? Next slide, please. in all of that, how do we leverage that? How do we bring it together? And what we have begun to take on, at least within the staff, and as we talk about any project, is it the right development? Is it at the right place? And is it at the right time? And each of those three elements of any development is equally important and shouldn't emphasize one over the other. As you can see in the subpoints, it talks a little bit more about that, but does it add to our community? Does it add to our opportunities? That's the right kind of development. So as we think about a retail space, is it really creating more, or is it just trading what we already are obtaining? Is it creating opportunities for jobs, or creating opportunities for our residents to be able to shop more effectively and nearby their homes, and get a group of goods and services they really want to have part of their life? Is it in the right place? And this is oftentimes one of those most difficult questions to answer. And for that, we oftentimes do look to each of you, as well as the neighbors, to help us understand the character of the neighborhood and understanding it. And as we refer to the map later on, you'll see that we are thinking about that and how that fits. And so there is something about adding to the vibrancy of it, but there's also something about respecting what's there. That doesn't necessarily mean we want to continue to replicate exactly what's there. It means that we want to respect that and then build to where our vision is taking us. And so oftentimes, as expressed by members of council in some of your conversations over the last months, we've been listening and hearing you say, this is going to require a little bit more density in place. This is going to be thinking about adding some additional types of housing in place so we increase the choice. And then finally, the right time. And that is sometimes it's best to just wait. We've all learned that delayed gratification, going on and getting additional, a degree, or going on in school or getting that certificate, furthers your career in the same way that bringing the right development at the right time can contribute to the future rather than just be a transactional outcome. And so this is thinking about the balanced ways. Next slide, please. Effectively, this is the real key. And I would say this is almost the money slide in some ways. There'll be other things that give you some insights, but in my mind, this is really helps you understand what we are doing in all those conversations before they get to you. And that is we are recognizing that we can encourage or we can discourage. Yes, in many cases, City Council has the ability to say no to a development within certain realm and within certain rights. But really what we don't want is it's not about saying no. It's really about encouraging what we want and discouraging the things that we're not as interested in. And so that we bring the right kinds of things forward. A community that is in partnership with development, it really does create valued outcomes and represents where we're trying to go. So in many of the conversations I've had with you individually and we've had collectively has been about creating those choices and that authentic restaurants as an example. That's not necessarily us opening a restaurant as a city or county, but instead what it is, it's encouraging those types of people that want to bring those exciting new things to our community and helping them figure out the right place and at the right time. So that's really what the embracing our role is about, and making sure that we're focusing on the things that matter to us and being flexible about the things that don't matter as much. And so I heard you tonight talking about certain aspects of a development. And as you all think about that, oftentimes there's things that are, boy, that'd be great. And it's important. And could I'll use an example, could the mural be facing a slightly different way or something else? That's important and it's critical, but it's not necessarily what matters most. And that might be the affordable or the connection to transit. And so it's recognizing those and lining those up. It's further about being proactive as opposed to reactive. We want to get to yes versus saying yes, no, or maybe. So it's not about trying to get to that choice necessarily, but it's about informing the choice long before it comes in. So we want to start the discussion at the beginning, and we want to be a valued partner. That doesn't necessarily mean we are in the development itself. In some cases we might be, but it really is, to all points and purposes, about starting that conversation early and reflecting exactly what it is we want. That saves time for the developer, that saves money for the developer, and it gets us further along and gets you as members of the leadership of this community in a place where you're able to say, this is what we are bringing forward, as opposed to this is what we're reacting to. As Jennifer mentioned in the introduction, we do have several tools we're going to talk about tonight, but there are more tools and there are more approaches, and we are in the somewhat the early stages and some of the update stages of these tools, and there's further work to be done on those as well as others. And you've experienced some of that with us already in our conversations more recently. Next slide, please. This is just a general summary. It is not an exhaustive list. And so there's a few things in there that I just want to point out, and that is we're forward leaning. If you noticed in the memo, and as you know from just understanding the economy today, there isn't a lot of uncertainty in our marketplace today. We don't know whether, as someone mentioned earlier, whether there's going to be another grocery store ever built. We believe there will be, but at the same time, we also recognize food delivery is starting to be a normal thing. We're accepting that. We're thinking about the way that we shop differently. We're thinking about how we work differently. And that level of uncertainty, while I have a particular point of view, and in reading the journals and reading the expert opinions, but nevertheless, those are opinions still. And so as we watch and we observe, we want to remain forward-leaning, but also incredibly flexible to what that might look like. And so one of the things that we talked about a month or so ago was the possibility of a retail space up on Colorado 7. The reality is we didn't know who the tenant would be. We had some idea of who they might be, but we don't know who they'll be in 5 or 10 years. And so we have to make sure that what we're developing in our community is flexible to be able to meet the needs of the community 10, 20, 30 years from now. Because oftentimes these developments are there for a long period of time. We want to make sure that there's a range of housing options and choices, and that it contributes to the overall housing balance of our community. And that means both type and tenure, but also location. And so recognizing that housing needs to be near the types of jobs and vice versa. So we don't want to contribute to further burden our last mile connections, but instead start thinking about how we can overcome that through timely development. Oftentimes, in some of our concept reviews, you've heard Anna and read some of the comments that staff have provided related to the level of density and thinking about that, especially around Colorado 7. And what I would suggest to you is, even if we're not sure exactly who's going to be providing the transit options 10 or 20 years from now, whether they'll be doing those last mile or two of connections, we recognize that if we build and encourage that type of development, whether it be the public sector or the private sector, we will see a market response to be able to provide that last mile or those transit connections across our part of our community and our part of our region. So those are important parts of it. Obviously, we value public space. We value diversity and equity, and of course, sustainability is one of those key watchwords in this community. But equally important, and this is quite frankly one of the reasons why I decided to join the team here in Broomfield over 1.5 years ago, and that is this community always thinks about responsible choices, and that is how are we being financially feasible, both for today, for the years coming forward, but then for the long term. And so again, it's that transaction and value outcome. And so that's what those financial impacts are. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, Anna and Jennifer have brought forward, with the help of the City Attorney's Office, changes at your direction to the community development process. Those will be coming back through on April 6th for the second reading, and then the implementation. At the same time, while not necessarily a direct council action, but you've influenced Jennifer's thinking and our collective thinking, and that is we've created this multidisciplinary development matrix team. This is more than just one project or the 3 key catalytic projects, as Jennifer pointed out. This is the way that we think about development going forward throughout our community. As we start thinking about what we might do on partial redevelopment of 120th, as we think about other developments at smaller scales around Colorado 7, and the list goes on. So this matrix team is really not so much a group of individuals as much as it's a way of thinking and making sure that we're bringing all of our thoughts and our expertise together to work on these issues. And you've already seen in some of our conversations the benefits of that as we've been discussing baseline, as we'll be presenting that project to you in April more specifically. Next slide, please. This is the first of the, what sometimes you've heard me refer to as the candy slides, but equally important. This is, you've all seen the development matrix back in September. We talked about it. Several of you have reached out and provided comments and ideas for inclusion. And one of the most, a couple of them that we really tried to bring in is a little bit more on sustainability at the direction of several council members and thinking about how that comes in. We have more to go, and we're working with Tammy and her team around that to be more specific as those goals come forward and thinking through how these developments can be there. But we've interlaced the thought process into it and brought that in. At the very bottom, we've enhanced the fiscal side and the fiscal evaluation. And what we've done specifically, as we promised we would, is we linked it to the long-range financial plan update. And so as you recall, and Brenda will talk about this in just another slide or two, but we have now updated, we're bringing forward the updated long-range financial plan, but at the same time within these particular types of developments that we're suggesting are really the manner in which we'll be thinking about most of our redevelopment areas and some of our new development areas. It has that financial underlaying underneath of it. To just give that characteristic. So you understand that there is different outcomes financially, as well as economically, as well as sustainability. And so that's what this matrix will do. And what we'd like to do next is begin to utilize this and share it more broadly with the developers that we're hoping to attract and bring into this community to think through and to really move forward. There are a number of developers that are in the community already that have begun to understand this and are hearing some of those concepts coming forward, and they've been beginning to bring them to you in the concept reviews. Next slide. And this is the other step of that. And as you can see, this links at the right-hand columns, this links specifically to those same development types as we pointed out in the matrix, in the matrix, identifies those areas. These are the key development areas, both redevelopment and new development within our community, and they're laid out before you in a kind of a geographic manner. You'll notice that a significant portion of Broomfield does not have one of these areas. That is especially in the center part of the community, because it is primarily single-family type development and a small amount of some portion of multifamily, but it's primarily that. And so this is also reflecting what we promised and talked about earlier in previous months, but also reflected tonight in the presentation, and that is respecting the characteristic of the communities and understanding them. We recognize that there may be, in 10 years or 15 years, some redevelopment that will occur on some of those commercial areas and perhaps on some of the multifamily areas. But nevertheless, we recognize there is an element of the community that stays somewhat in character and will continue to infill perhaps in a similar character, perhaps slightly more dense, but not to the degree that we're talking about in the matrix. So as I mentioned earlier, you can see the outcomes, you can see that characteristic. The goal here is our next steps, which John may allude to also as he presents the last couple of slides, but is we'll take this further down and we'll really begin to identify specific sites and talk about the characteristics on those sites. Jennifer alluded to that earlier, as you all did, in just thinking about, I think the question was to Anna, is how many more development sites do we have in Arista that could potentially be home for multifamily housing? And the answer, of course, is those are the last two sites, unless there was potential a change in the PUD. But assuming not, then we begin to see that area 14 that is really Arista begins to color, and we really start focusing much more on the rest of the infill around commercial and working with the Arista team around that and thinking how that can contribute to our community and contribute to the nearby areas as you see identified in various colors down at the bottom. The color scheme itself isn't necessarily there. It's more to show you a separation so you can identify those areas specifically as we have. So as I mentioned, the matrix now is connected at a first level to the long-range financial plan. We'll do more work to make that more specific, but every time we talk about this, you'll be able to, both within the specific development proposals that are being brought forward, but also within the characteristics of these types of developments, be able to talk about that linkage between those tools, this map tool, and others. So at this point, next slide, please, and I'll turn it over to my colleague, Brenda Ritchie. Brenda?
Thanks, Jeff. Definitely a tough act to follow, but I'll try. So as we continue to move forward with the understanding those opportunities for development in Broomfield, as Jeff mentioned, it's important to understand how the financial model is incorporated into the planning process. Because it's a dynamic model, as City Manager Hoffman indicated earlier, we're able to account for the anticipated development projects along with the projected revenues as well as expenses to service those developments, whether residential or commercial. As we see on this slide, based on the updates to the long-range financial projections, the ratio of the revenues to expenditures in 20 years will decrease from where we projected in 2012, from 1.08 to 1.04. And what that means, just as a reminder, is that for every dollar that Broomfield spends for support development, based on what is currently in the comprehensive land use plan and how that land is designated, we should see a return on investment of approximately 4 cents. So the table reflects incorporating the cost of services associated with both residential and commercial development. And as we continually observe, there's a greater cost for residential development. However, as Jeff indicated, it's important to find that appropriate balance between residential and commercial development to help offset those necessary costs. The model recognizes that development and major capital improvements will also vary across the years. So the anticipated revenues and expenditures are going to fluctuate in those years leading up to the projected build out. So you may have some years where the ratio could actually be less than 1, but overall staff is anticipating and projecting that the investment in the planned development will yield a positive outcome. Next slide, please. So here on slide 10, recognizing the dynamic nature of the model and working towards incorporating these changes, as just mentioned, the economic conditions, land use, the workforce, and consumer habits in order to withstand all of the influences, it's important that we change the allocation of how revenue was distributed among potential residential and commercial development. Historically, the model gave a weighted preference to commercial development, in fact, ignoring the contributions of residential development and sales tax. So this table illustrates the shift in that thinking as we distribute a more equitable allocation of the revenues between residential and commercial. Most notably, the model now allocates 25% of sales tax towards residential development. Next slide, please. So as staff and council continues to explore the opportunities for development locations in Broomfield, we will continue to enhance the hybrid model of planning in an economic matrix and shift the long-range plan from being, again, a strictly financial tool to a more comprehensive development tool. In order to continue that momentum, it's really vital to recognize that Broomfield community overall has grown in many ways since the last iteration of the long-range plan. As we observe in our evolution of the commercial and residential development alone and the demands on our system, they impact not just the short, but also the long-term revenues and expenditures. And so we'll continue to work with council on these policy conversations. For example, each project that's presented, council has the opportunity to provide direction on how that project is funded, whether it's by bonding debt similar to 144 through BCC versus cash funding a project like the service center, which can impact the annual ratio, but it helps control how and when the money is expended. So that ensures, again, as we discussed, how Broomfield remains fiscally sound when it's approaching development. Staff will continue to work with the council as we work through the debt policy conversations and the overall visions regarding future debt and Broomfield's debt capacity. Another policy consideration for council as the long-range plan moves forward is really related to the increased costs associated with supporting the growth and sustainability of services that are provided in the community. In 2012, Broomfield has observed 47% increase in our operating costs to provide the quality programs and services that residents have grown accustomed to. But as we look at that same time frame, we've actually observed an 8% decrease in the staffing resources to support that growth per capita of 1,000 residents if we're excluding our public safety staff. It's these next steps that are vital to the conversation and approach of how development is considered and also as we develop our future budgets. overall, the long-range financial plan is just moving towards a more comprehensive dynamic model to provide that better framework of where we want to be in the future, looking at the land uses and allowing for that additional dialogue of how development occurs. I'll turn it over to John, I believe, with the next steps on how we integrate the model to support that development. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Brenda. And tonight, Mayor and Council, you've heard about how we evaluate development, our overall approach and tools, the elements of successful development, how we engage in conversations, categories of development, and how we evaluate the fiscal impacts on the city and county of Broomfield. What I really want to emphasize is these are not just things we're thinking about, but these are things we're actually doing and practicing today. So I wanted to provide just a couple of examples that you're familiar with. On the baseline project, we've integrated a diverse set of community and developer objectives ranging from water, sewer, and roads to affordable housing, parks, open lands, and public facilities. In addition, we've evaluated the project based on several development scenarios. We've analyzed costs and revenues, and we're also looking at the project from a cash flow perspective. Another example that you're familiar with is the Highlands area, the Highlands project, where the city clearly articulated and encouraged an approach consistent with our priorities and values. That is not just a mix of uses, grocery and residential, but development that reflects a level of density and verticality consistent with our transit objectives and needs. So we're being forward in our thinking about development types, thinking about the 21st century, not the 20th century. You've already heard a lot about Arista this evening, where really the critical elements involve density, mixed use, and affordability at a critical transit-served location that's also proximate to major employment centers. Slide, please. So what does it look like moving forward, and what are we doing now? Well, we continue to engage developers, projects, and people consistent with our vision. For example, we're currently interviewing to fill some of our vacant business development positions, and we're looking specifically for individuals whose perspective is consistent with the approach you've heard this evening and the vision we have for the community. We're simultaneously advancing major projects using these tools and approaches. Those major projects, of course, include Baseline, Broomfield Town Square, and the Flatirons redevelopment efforts. We're also continuously engaged in identifying our next opportunities. Finally, we continue to strengthen all of the tools you've heard about tonight to not only more accurately analyze projects, but also to provide council and the community with even better information from which to make decisions. With that, we look forward to your questions, and thank you for the opportunity to make the presentation to you this evening.
And Mayor, and just in closing, so it really is a fundamental paradigm shift, and it has required multiple departments, every department, quite frankly, that whether they have direct impact with development and finance, into all of the supporting mechanisms as well. So we continue to move down this path. Again, anytime you have a paradigm shift, there is consistent conversations about alignment and making sure that alignment is something that drives our end goal. So part of what we've been talking to about council for months is that we want to be able to say for developers, if not here, where, if not now, when. Highway 7 is a perfect example, right? So some past decisions that have been made really drive us to reevaluate what that looks like in order to provide a transit corridor. What does it mean to have a transit corridor? Ensuring that the developers that are coming with projects and plans, although we can't say, no, you can't come to council, we are certainly taking a more aggressive role to be able to say, we need you to look at the matrix. We need you to look at the catalytic areas. We need to know if you're a fit. And if you're not a fit in this particular area, that's one of the positions that we're hiring for, is a chaser. We haven't had somebody to go out, do an evaluation of some cool, fresh places and things and dynamics, and then be able to say, that's a perfect spot we have a perfect spot for you. Come and check us out. Here's what it looks like. Here's what we can do. Here's what the alignment looks like. Mission, vision, value alignment, project alignment. So again, it's from front end to back end, what those conversations that we've been having and that we will have a fluid approach as we move forward if council thinks we're headed in the right direction. With that, Mayor, that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, so we'll go to council for, we'll use the study session format of 5 minutes and then 2. Council, it's your turn to ask questions, provide comments, feedback to the staff. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just couldn't contain myself. I was doing a slow clap because this just gave me all the feels, and I definitely think we're moving in the right direction. This is like the missing piece that we've been asking for so long to be able to truly make well-informed land use decisions. And there were so many great kernels in this presentation, in this plan, that I was screenshotting and highlighting, and some of the things that might be good for the public to know is that if they're wondering how development contributes to our schools, that would be the service expansion fees, the SEF fees. They pay $1 per square foot, and 50% is shared with our school district for joint capital projects. One of the other notable things, the differentiation between single and multifamily residential land uses. So instead of putting it in one category, it allocates the sales and use tax between both commercial and residential. I think that's just phenomenal. I was wondering in the Broomfield sales tax history if I was in the ranking of where we fell. The county sales tax hasn't changed, neither has the city sales tax since 2001. And I just wonder if that is enough to reflect the, the growing costs of everything for services. When in terms of how we compare with property tax revenue, very impressive that we're right below Boulder. And I put a heart by that. Something else to note, that we still have, I guess, a little over 27% of undeveloped private lands that could be built. So I know we have our goal of 40% open lands. I'm going to imagine that would be filled in with public land dedication for the remaining developments to come, because there really is not much for us to acquire beyond what we have, unless there's an estate sale and we get the professor's property. But, we can't bank on that. So people should know that there is, 27% of Broomfield that's still left to develop. We're not at build out. We're going to be around 100,000, 114,000. So that this is the way to make room for everyone and to meet all of our goals. And then that's it. That's from my comments. I don't have any questions. I feel so good about this. And I thank you guys so much for all the work that you put into it. Thank you.
Councilmember Jaworski.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, definitely thank you to staff for all the work on this project. I will agree with Mayor Pro Tem that this is certainly heading in the right direction from my standpoint. And as she mentioned, I wish this was something that we had 4 years ago, or I guess 5 years ago now for myself. Something like this definitely will make it a lot easier for us and our decision-making process. But beyond that, I love some of the approaches that you're taking. A couple notes that I made was definitely one of the last comments, the idea of hiring a chaser to go ahead and find and get what we want. Be proactive. Not it's two things. I mean, it's going back to the matrix and identifying what we want, number one, I guess, which I think that's huge in itself. And then being able to identify the neighborhoods, targeting the needs. But then the second part of that is that proactive approach that you're going to do is then once we've identified those needs, go ahead and actually try to get it, as opposed to I think what seems to have been the case in the past is just waiting and hoping that we're going to get what we want and dealing with projects that we either we know that we don't want, or we're not sure whether we want or not. So I think this gives us a much clearer picture of what we want, what we need, and then, yeah, go ahead and try to get that instead of waiting to have it come to us. So I think that's all great. I also like the acknowledgement that value is more than just the revenues. I think that's something important to consider as well. That a lot of times the value, what does the service bring to the community? And it could be more than just tax dollars. It could be services, it could be a restaurant, it could be, whatever, a cool retail shop. So I think it's important as well, or needed housing. So I think it's great to recognize that there's more than just tax revenues, and something that may not be a winner, I guess, money-wise, could actually bring, some intangible value that we may want. I mean, just depending on the situation. So overall, I love it all. The only thought that I came to mind that I would attend, I mean, maybe we already have this, I don't know, but really sort of a comprehensive map that shows all the developable land still in Broomfield. So I know that I've seen the map that sort of shows the different neighborhoods. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, there's a certain percentage of land that we still have in Broomfield that's undeveloped. But it may be good to see, it's just exactly, where that is. And I mean, we certainly know where some of the big parcels are, but maybe there are some small things here and there that we just don't think about and don't realize that those are still sitting out there. So, if we don't have that already, it might be good to be able to have something that just sort of shows the big picture. This is all, this is what we have in Broomfield that's still left and available. And as you've done with the larger areas, these are the kind of things that we're looking. I think you sort of did that already. We're sort of just putting that maybe in one big comprehensive map, if we don't already have it. So overall, though, this is a A++ in my book. Love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I love. I'm going to re-look at those slides that you had, and I had a hard time kind of looking at a lot of the different projects on there. I'm going to look at them even more in detail after this meeting. I love how we're able to look at the overall picture and then also look at a microscopic view of certain areas. So when it's nice to be able to just sort of see kind of what you've said in a meeting I've had with you, Jeff, but just sort of what does our overall Broomfield portfolio look like? We've seen places where they're really heavily residentially weighted, right? And we've seen how that kind of pans out for people. So it's kind of nice to see this balance. And if we can attain that and plan for it, I think that's great. I want to reiterate Councilmember Jazierski's point with the proactive approach, go get them Tigers. I think that's where we've kind of, been falling behind a little bit from, certain municipalities around us. And I think Broomfield is a wonderful place to do business. And I also think it's a wonderful place to live. And I think more people need to know about Broomfield and what we have to offer and what our values and how they connect with their businesses would work. I do want to point out that I have run into some issues, and it's just because we have a new council. We just have a new council that's learning new things, A, and then also B, we have a council that really is asking questions, and we're really putting developers' feet to the fire, and I don't think that's a bad thing. So we've had developers in Broomfield before. I'm getting pushback from one particular developer, and we'll talk about this later, but it's more of, well, I've always done this in Broomfield this way. And now I'm asking for more just transparency in the process. If you're looking for retail, show me that transparency. And so we have a real way to tell developers, yeah, this is what we've done, and this is our shift. And this is how we're shifting. We want more transparency in that process. We've gone through metro districts in those transparencies as well. We've also, really said, hey, what's our financial gain for having affordable housing? So we don't just talk about affordable housing in a way that is like, sort of like a donation. They belong in Broomfield. They're part of our workforce. And I feel like we really put that financial value for our affordable housing. And I feel like that's really important. So I'm really excited that you guys are just really taking this really good overall view and then also bringing us to a microscopic view too. It really does help. And I really appreciate staff's work on this. I can tell you guys have just been working really hard. And I really appreciate it very much. That's it.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I very much appreciate this plan being put together. And I also appreciate the focusing on value and not just financials. But I actually do want to take a look really quickly at those financials. And specifically, when you show the ratio of revenues to expenditures, where we drop from 1.08 to 1.04, we're kind of losing that margin of error there. Like that's a pretty tight area that we just have to stay within. And I would just love to know if staff has any concerns with that drop, and also if there is, as we seem to be moving forward with so much residential and the commercial sometimes seems to lag behind, like there's a lot of developers coming and saying we just can't do that commercial development right now. Is there any contingency that we can put in place that we keep those two in alignment so we don't build all the residential way ahead of the commercial? And that is my main question. Thank you.
I'm gonna. I'll field that and then have Brenda come in from the financial. So Councilmember Anderson, it's such a dynamic modeling approach. So from a development perspective, it's the same as from a school's perspective. They have to have the rooftops. I mean, again, it's just the cadence of development, right? You have to have the rooftops in order to drive commercial, in order to attract. It's kind of what we were talking about in Arista, right? The grocery store. Well, for an average 40,000 square grocery store, you need about 3,000 rooftops to support that grocery store. And so when you have these, particularly the novel grocery stores, so we're not talking the big box, King Soopers, we're talking about a grocery store that would be more conducive to that specific community. So that it's balance that we need to be really cognizant of, that we think that by taking this comprehensive approach, we're never going to be at 50-50%, or to say, part of the conversation, for baseline was for X number of rooftops, you need to have X square feet of commercial. And it's just not that simple. That's kind of where we were a couple of months ago. So being really mindful of that. One of the things, well, this exercise has taught us a great deal. And it helps that you have an ultra competitive CMO matrix team. So it allows us to really, from not just from that chaser perspective, but when we realize financially, part of the numbers that we've been talking to council about before, our service level that it costs per resident, per rooftop, is about $3,000, $2,600 to $3,000. Property tax, a lot of individuals think that their property taxes are so high and that City and County of Broomfield gets that big chunk of that property tax. That's not the case. We get about $1,300 of the property taxes. So that gap between this very high level of service that Broomfield prides itself on, and this kind of goes back to Councilmember Hinkle's question on the development piece. Transparency, absolutely. Accountability, absolutely. But Broomfield's expensive to develop in. And so again, in that perfect world, and with our long-term developers that have been here for a while and have PUDs and that level of stability that they pride is something that's really, really important to us. Because when we talk about finding that balance, it's not finding balance project by project, right? It's finding that balance within our 33 square miles. So that when we have rooftops residential going up in one location, the trade-off is we don't necessarily need to have that surrounded by commercial, but we do have to have that commercial because that's the balance piece, right? And so again, we need to be mindful, and we will be, as we come forward, having these conversations on these memos. Again, it won't just be site by site. It will be a much more comprehensive approach about what the tolerance level is So that's when we talk about, Councilmember Anderson, the long-range financial plan becoming a much more dynamic tool to be able to say, it's great to be planning for 5 years, but the decision that this council makes in the next 8 months will influence the next year, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years on some of the bonds that some of our developers are looking at. So again, it's a very dynamic approach that we are consistently mindful of because of the high level of service and keeping Broomfield a community that businesses want to come to and residents want to live in.
And just to piggyback off on that, this is Brenda Ritchie. Councilmember Anderson, that's a great question. In terms of concerns about the ratio changing, I think if you historically look at the past since its inception in 2004, it's fluctuated in terms of that ratio of revenue and expenditures. So the end goal, there's no magic number, I think is what Jennifer was kind of alluding to as well, in terms of having that, ensuring that at build out of the 33 square miles that we are making sure that our revenues are just above our expenditures. So we're not in a position and looking to create a revenue generating stream to offset. We just want to be able to offset our anticipated service costs that as we look forward. And in terms of the ratio going down, we have that ability because, again, it's that dynamic fluid model that we're looking at on an annual basis. And as each project comes forward, council has that ability to make that policy decision on how we fund that and how we approach funding those specific projects, whether it makes sense to continue to cash fund, moving those projects to a different year, or trying to influence what happens, as Ms. Hoffman indicated, what's happening in that long-term effect. And so that we will continue to look at it with this model by being able to capture saying, will that ratio change and what that looks like? But again, understanding that it's just one factor because there are many things that'll change. We saw just in the course of 2012 and in the last iteration until now, the cost and what we planned on developing either didn't come to fruition, there were major changes, or costs change. Where we thought we would develop, we didn't, and where we thought we would get revenue, we did, or we increased those revenues. So we will constantly evaluate and adjust. It's the same concept as we do with our budgets. So we'll take a comprehensive look at on an annual basis, on a project basis, to ensure that we're looking in totality how that comes together, how it's integrated throughout the overall process. So to answer directly to your question, if there's concern from a financial perspective in terms of that ratio decreasing, no, we anticipate that because, again, as costs are consumer price index, or the inflation that comes across, we take into consideration the service and the resources needed to provide those services. We will make those adjustments, whether on the revenue or expenditure time, and have those conversations with council as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. I got the comprehensive dynamic fluid model, and I think that was the answer I think I was looking for. So thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Okay, Councilmember Lim.
On the long-range financial plan update, so we have made a shift in our allocation of sales tax. So we now have 25% residential and 75% commercial. Will we see that new model reflected in an individual project that comes before us on the fiscal impact of the project that's noted in the memo?
Councilmember Lim, yeah, that's correct. So on the 13th, we will present to council the formal. So you received a draft as part of the packet for this evening. On the 13th, we'll come with a formal plan, which will include that. And so after its adoption by council, all projects after that point will then be incorporating that 25-75 split in terms of commercial and residential as part of that financial impact model, because that is something that's been raised over the years, and we recognize that as a deficiency. So we wanted to ensure that change, but that will come forward only after council approves the actual plan on the 13th.
Okay, and then my second question is, okay, so that, that shift, that shift in the fiscal impact that we're seeing on a particular development will certainly help our perspective on residential versus commercial to a certain extent. But this is just me maybe, but when I look at an individual development project, I'm still, we've had a lot that come before us that want to change the commercial into residential. So I'm still in the back of my mind, I'm thinking of current market demand. Okay. So we see currently a demand for residential. It was kind of there already, but it's been exacerbated by the pandemic. We have, I think there's a note in the memo, we have an uncertainty of the demand for office space in the future, which is exacerbated by the pandemic. So, that's what has to go, as at least in my mind, has to be part of that decision for, can I agree to change that commercial to residential? Because maybe it's not the right time to bring forth the commercial. Can somebody address that?
There you go. Councilmember Lim, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Your question is exactly right, and we recognize that uncertainty that we're currently in. When we began this process and started this conversation, we weren't in this period of uncertainty, especially around the office space and the flex space. There's a fair number of people, of course, that are speculating, as you point out, that the evolution that we've experienced over the last almost a year now of the pandemic may continue. Many firms are already starting to react and say, no, that's not quite true. And we're seeing that. So we do think that there'll be a foundational shift back toward commercial workspace, and people will be occupying it. They'll occupy it in a different manner. And I think that's one of the things that we're recognizing it. So one of our foundational companies here in Broomfield that I sometimes will cite is a company that used to be called Sun Microsystem. It's now evolved, and of course we all know it's Oracle now. But that was part of the philosophy that they had, which was a distributed computing system that allows people to be able to work from any location. And what we see and what the private sector is beginning to reveal to us is that the go forward is likely going to be not 5 days a week, but 3 days a week, or 4 days a week, or 2, and it'll depend upon the employee. That said, we think there's strength still in the office market and in the flex space. And so those will continue. We are in the midst of a direct conversation with our friends at Macerich around Flatiron's redevelopment. And so we're understanding the dynamics around retail space and understanding that. That said, all of that said, the one thing I would point out to you is this is not a new trend. This is an acceleration of the trends that we've been experiencing for the last 15 years. And so what we want to do, and that's why I mentioned the example of the retail space potentially on Colorado 7, is the flexibility of space is going to become as important as anything else. And as we think about, as Councilman Jazierski pointed out, and others pointed out, the mapping will be interesting because there is honestly an oversupply of planned commercial space in Broomfield. Now the question is what should that become and how does that fit in? And so as we think of places like 120th and how they'll redevelop, it will become more concentrated. And we're already experiencing that in certain locations. And so certain parts of our economy, as we mentioned in our memo, spaces may be able to get a higher yield for 20,000 square feet than they were getting for 40. And so we just have to make sure we are repositioning our retail spaces to be the right place in the right time with the market. And so I can't give you a perfect answer to say we should have X number of square miles or X number of square feet of retail space or commercial space, but we recognize that we are at the forefront of that and we are immediately pivoting into that new environment.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of my questions.
Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you. I think, I don't know, to continue on with the baseball analogy that Jeff, Brenda, and John are just beginning the World Series in this in Broomfield. So I really appreciate all the work that you've done, all the meetings that you've had with council members, multiple meetings with multiple council members. And I really like the plasticity of this matrix or the web, or it includes just like such flexibility of ideas. And, you know, I think Councilmember Lim touched upon like my question and, you know, since we're seeing new ways of commerce and, you know, do we necessarily need all those rooftops and do we need all the commercial? So my hope and my goal is that because the human brain and because of the talent and because of everything involved, no matter what happens with whatever we've got, we'll make it work. And we can make it work to the best of our ability because we keep continuously are going after and recognizing, you know, what needs residential, what needs commercial, how's commercial fluxing. So my question is with regard to how we're growing and what we need and how we're seeing the need for some changes. And I understand too that, you know, we're going to be looking at a different way to do the planning and zoning, but what else would need to happen with like our comp plan or maybe with some of our departments like development or something like that, that will allow us to make sure that we're including these tidbits and huge chunks of information when we're making decisions now, right? And I'm thinking mostly around our development and how that has to change and how it's going to look different and for all of Broomfield. So are you understanding my question? Do you need more? Okay.
No, it's right exactly where we are. So it starts with the matrix team. And again, that ripple effect. So if council will remember with the org structure that we had with the pillars, that cross-pollination. So each staff that has a different boards and commission. So then the ripple effect is then the onboarding of the boards and commissions. So that, again, it's not one conversation that only happens with development. Sustainability is something that will be the common thread through all of our quilts. Not just affordable housing, right? But housing stock, how vibrant it is, what the dynamics look like, what the tolerance is. Those are conversations that through all of these integrated conversations, methodologies, tools. So there's not one silver bullet. There isn't one thing that's going to have this paradigm shift, right? So when we're talking about a paradigm shift into a more juicy, dynamic community, every single touch that we have with the public and with council has to incorporate that. So all of these structural changes incorporates that. And again, it's an alignment. It's council's focus, direction, mission, vision, value, priorities, and then all of our work as staff supports those mission, vision, value, priorities. So it's across the board that we begin to have these deep, meaningful, not just conversations, right? But it's the way we work. It's how we think. It's how we interact with each other and how we interact with the community. So we're right there with you, Councilmember Tessier.
Okay, cool. And then the last thing I was going to mention is that, you know, there's been a lot of talk about affordable housing, and that's like this much into like what housing really is. So maybe we broaden and use like, you know, a wide variety of housing options for everybody. It's not necessarily affordable housing because that's really strict under the HUD definition of what that means. And I think it would help our community really understand housing on a different level, on a holistic level. Yep.
And if I could just, that's perhaps a little bit of my laziness in this presentation. You will see generally, and you know this from our conversations, most of what we're about is housing choice. And what housing choice is it's about creating that range of housing options. So in some places, it's going to be about senior housing. In some places, it's about first-time housing. In some places, it's about attainable housing. So that range of housing is really what we're talking about and creating those choices. And so the best example, and I know you've gotten a preview of it roughly a year ago, but in our conversations with Macerich, we've been really talking about that evolution of that site and thinking about how do we bring energy in place and excitement, because really we've talked a little bit about retail, but the reality is what doesn't move and what we continue to spend our money on is experiences. And so as we activate and think about how the Macerich redevelopment of Flatirons area is going to be, it's about bringing that energy, which means having people live there and including that into the development. So we recognize that may also be happening on 120th, and we're seeing that as part of redevelopment. So it's about bringing the experiences and bringing choices, because that's where we all want to go. That's where we want to spend our money, and so that's what makes the community come alive. And you've all mentioned that a number of times, is that excitement is what we're trying to bring. And that's where the development needs to be. It's not about the building, it's about what goes on within those buildings.
Thank you, and thanks again for your hard work.
Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate this discussion very much. I have a couple of pointed questions and then some comments. First of all, for Brenda, I wrote down that I understood you to say that in 2012, between 2012 and now, which is only 9 years, that the cost of the services Broomfield provides increased 40%, but there's been, along with that, there's been an 8% decrease in the staffing availability. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct, Councilmember Law Evans. So while we did increase our operating expenses and our FTEs did increase from 2012 to 2020, they didn't, in terms if we're looking at per capita of 1,000 people, the number of staff that support 1,000 people. So in 2012, that was 10 staff for 1,000 people. It dropped down to 9.19 in 2020. So that therefore you see that 8% decrease of the overall, because our population increased, but our staffing didn't match that service level. So that's why it's an inverse relationship and not actually proportional.
No,
so
I understand that.
Yep.
I understand that completely, but it makes me pretty edgy in the sense that the new projected ratio, also, if I understood you correctly, of $1.04, that ratio might, I'm thinking pretty much my whole time on council, we were talking about a 1.08 ratio. And what I worry about is that that's too skinny, given that I believe inflation is inevitable on some time scale. This is an aside, but my reason for that is pretty simple. At the federal level, you can't do the kind of deficit spending that we've done now for decades and not have a way to repay it. We can't repay that debt. So I don't see, and the mayor and I have had this conversation briefly many times, but I am very worried about inflation, and I'd like to, I guess I just would like you folks to consider whether or not that 1.04 ratio is a little too skinny, given that inflation is a very real possibility, and the costs of the services we provide. I would hate to be in a position where we have to start cutting costs, cutting services, because the cost of those services have gone up so much. So I guess I don't, that's not really a question. That's just something I'd like you folks to consider as you go forward with this. Manager Hoffman, here's a comment. Several minutes ago, you gave a lovely description and explanation of how the rooftops drive commercial development. You have to have the rooftops, but completely coincidentally, and this is true, I was just looking at it. I don't know if you can see this or not. I don't know how to position it to where you can, but this is a USGS quad of what used to, well, what it still is Broomfield Heights from the late 50s. And I was just looking at it because I wanted to see some things with the open space. But at that time, the time that when I was growing up and whatnot, Broomfield was the edge. Broomfield was the frontier, if you will. We were out in the boonies. My cousins that lived in Denver would tease us about being hicks and whatnot. We are no longer, clearly, we're no longer the frontier. We're no longer the edge. We're landlocked. And so as that process continues and as the development has flowed around us and gone out to what is the new frontier, the new hinterlands, infill and redevelopment here in Broomfield will become much more the norm. And so the rooftops for the commercial development will already be there. So again, that's something that I'd like staff to consider as you craft this model, is that this is no longer 100% development of property that's never been built on before. We're starting to see a number of the projects you've brought to us lately have been infill or redevelopment. Certainly the Macerich project is redevelopment. So again, that's just a comment. Question for Mr. Romine or someone: when we talk about the chaser to go out and find the type of development we want, I'm very interested to hear about that. And what I'd really specifically like you to talk to us about is, it would seem to me that that's flipping the site selection process on its head. So how is a chaser different from, I don't know how to exactly say this, the inverse of a site selection process?
Councilmember Law Evans, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and members of council. That's a great question. And the way that we're looking at it is perhaps not, again, as you point out, changing our thinking and changing that approach. And that is companies are following workforce, and they are following talent, and that's what they're seeking. And in almost every case, when we think about primary employment, that's what they're doing. At the same time, we recognize that development of community. So what we've been talking about is development and the projects that we're bringing forward. It's about bringing the right kinds or the right thought to development to encourage both our residents to go shop or dine or experience that, but also that creates a better place, and that creates where that talent's going to be. So we're thinking that 20 years ago, when people talked about site selection and business development, you oftentimes did it with tax breaks and real estate. As you point out, you had the right interchange, you had the right tax levels, and lo and behold, the companies came and they multiplied before your eyes. Now, the companies won't come unless there's talent. And what they're trying to do is attract that talent. And what that means is it the place where somebody wants to be? Is that the place where you want to put down your own roots and those types of things? So that chasing activity is not about the business per se. It's about getting the right developers here, getting the right kinds of things, and then encourage that. So as you all travel and as you've traveled, you've seen great places. There are great developments going on. And what we're trying to do, in the way that Jennifer and John have been thinking, is we're trying to think about how do we get those right developers in. So it's the ones that want to be partners with us and that want to share our visions, because quite frankly, that's going to attract the talent that attracts the companies, that attracts those restaurants, or whatever that is, which drives to the sales tax, as you point out.
That's a very, very interesting discussion, and I appreciate that very much, because that was going to be my follow-up question: is what are we going to? The idea of a chaser has been around in commercial real estate for a very long time, but very few people have really been able to make it work, except at a super high level up until now. So, well, that's going off on a tangent, but I really appreciate that, and I'm going to be very interested to see how that idea comes to fruition. Certainly, this is a terrific place to live, and councils past, as well as God's beauty and the incredible weather, et cetera, have contributed to that. So I look forward to hearing about that more. So last two minor well, not minor, but follow-up points. This is a complicated model, and I appreciate the effort that's gone into it. But the two things, the balance between residential and commercial, the fact that there still has to be a balance, that has not changed. We're the numbers and bringing in the sales tax revenue in addition to the property tax as part of the computation is fascinating and well done, but we still have to have the commercial development. And which brings me to my very last point. This whole scheme, and I can see this sitting on the end of my terms instead of at the beginning or early on, this whole very well crafted and thought out scheme hinges on the political will of council to see the bigger picture here that's being laid out, and to hold on to that vision and move it forward, potentially even in the face of some opposition by neighbors or whomever. Because if council does not have that political will, this is all going nowhere, and all this work will have been for nothing. Then we're back to doing things piecemeal. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. It is always the highlight of my week to have a thought-provoking and, dare I say, almost academic lecture from Mr. Romine. I am always in awe of the way he presents them and thinks about them. I guess, I'm really excited about this. I think it's something we've been missing, since I've been on council for this short time, and I know many councils past have asked for it. I'm curious to see how this matrix and things will interface with when we get into that granular development, and when it comes before us. I think my questions have mostly been answered. I think Councilmember Lim had the same thought process I did, where it's hard to see how, when we get that granular development in front of us, how this will be interfaced in it. And I guess I'm still struggling a bit to see it, but I'm glad we're looking, in this direction. And I'm really glad we're taking that proactive approach. We really need to do it, especially, given how limited we are with build out approaching quickly. So I'm incredibly grateful for it. I guess my one question would be, this is a great model, and I have absolute trust in Ms. Ritchie and Mr. Romine. But how do we audit this model and just make sure we're not missing anything? This is such a complex thing that we're going to be relying on. How are we sure everything's right? Like, I know that's a really kind of strange question, but I don't know, Jeff or Ms. Ritchie.
I'll start and then let Brenda kind of finish up. And first off is this, as we've been looking at the sales tax currently, this is already happening. And so this is reality. This isn't, we're not making it up, if you will. It really is the evolution change, and it's the trucks that you see on the streets of Broomfield today. And it's how that collection is going. So we've already seen the evolution of sales tax moving in this direction. Some people may even suggest we didn't go far enough with where that level is, but we felt that was the right level to reflect the changes, given what we knew at the time. Secondly, as far as, how do we audit that and how do we see it, is we continue to watch and think about those developments as they're coming forward and recognize that that's what the goal is. And I don't mean that in a trivial way. What I mean is that when we bring that type of development forward, you'll get that type of result. And I can tell you that because You know, and I don't dismiss Councilmember Law Evans's comments. This model is exactly what happened in Rhino in North Denver. That was a redevelopment area. The first things we came in with, or the community came in with, was some attainable housing, a couple of projects, as well as some really innovative space, and then see how it's blossomed and built on it. So as Jennifer and John and Brenda and I and others have been talking, it's about, we're creating that change in energy. And we're thinking about how do we create those dynamic places. And it's happened in other parts of not just this metro area, but other metro areas around the country. And I would just conclude then, Councilman Lindstedt, and that is that this evolution is also occurring in the commercial versus the residential side. And that is bringing that energy together all in one place is really what Broomfield Town Square is about too. And so, you know, we're going to see that, and we see those models working in that way, and we already are investing in that ourselves in this community.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited, and I look forward to seeing how this is gonna get you know, put into practice at that granular scale. And you know, that 1.04 ratio, you know, that's pretty thin. So we gotta be making sure we're making the right choices here going forward, especially, you know, as we reach build out. So I appreciate the thought and the time and all of staff's work on this. You know, I think we've all been anxious for this to come forward, and I'm just really thrilled with the shape it's in so far. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Groom.
Thank you. Wow, a lot of work went into it. I know a lot of reading hours and studying hours for council too. So I'll make it quick because I think I might be the last person. But I guess is what I was looking for is, for example, we talked about on CO7, the transit corridor, and the metrics that we need for that area. And we keep getting development up in that area that might not meet the metrics, in which we say, oh, well, we can approve this one because the next one will come around and it might balance out. And then that's just for that one corridor area, but really the whole 34 square miles also has that fluctuation with residential and commercial, where we're converting land and we say, okay, well, we're going to cross our fingers, just like we've done this last couple of years, as we've watched the financial model become unfavorable, and hope that we don't get it to a tipping point where there's a point of no return for that financial model. So what I'm looking at is what you had in the very last slide, where strengthen our tools and inform, where you've got create the metrics and the summary, because I do think we still need tools of something that we can measure. Something that we know that we're getting to a tipping point, something that we measure. We can't just continue saying that things are dynamic and things fluctuate, because that means we're really not measuring it, right? I mean, I get it that we're holistic, and I get that things fluctuate, but with only a certain amount of land left to develop to balance us out, that's just really not the case. I mean, we can't only look at things fluctuating and holistically. We do have to draw a line. So I am kind of looking for what that metrics is and how we're going to measure it agenda item by agenda item. So Jeff, I didn't know if you had any ideas for that.
Part of it, Councilmember Groom, starts on the 13th when Brenda brings back that long-range financial plan for the measurable outcomes. So tonight was an overview, and so this is kind of the squishy part, but the detail-oriented line by line, you'll see in every one of those projects. And again, so the complexity of what's already been approved in those PUDs for Highway 7 make it challenging, right? Because the PUD has been signed off and it's plot by plot. So it's what's already been agreed to, how we apply this, and then keep track so that it's part and parcel of the whole conversation, right? So we can't kind of say, well, we think we're kind of getting to a tipping point. We would never bring that back to you all thinking that, you've approved 3 and so that must bring us somewhere. That's not at all what we're talking about. So each one of these projects, you will know on the front end what's been approved, what we have to do, what the conversations are that apply, how we get to that density corridor, and then how it fits into that bigger picture from that 33 square miles. Not every conversation or project that we bring is going to have that 33 square mile conversation, but when it's applicable, we'll absolutely have it. But up north, it is challenging because again, the PUDs don't necessarily support the transit-oriented development definition that we're now applying from CDOT's perspective, from RTD's perspective, from a transportation perspective. So we need to continue to work really hard on finding that integrated model of how we deal with what was, how we bring it into what is going to be.
Yeah, and I guess that's some of the metrics, and I do think I might have misspoke there, because I do think on these 3 major programs, you guys are kind of bring that back. I was more specifically talking about this, the draft. You guys are bringing back the long range plan on April 13th for adoption. And I was looking for the metrics of how we're going to track, or the recommended metrics of how we're going to track each agenda item, not just the 3 major projects.
No, right. Yes. Yes. Jeff, speak to a little bit more, and then John on the tail end on kind of those measurable outcomes.
And Councilmember Groom and members of council, I would just point out that you're beginning to see that from the standpoint of what we provided on baseline thus far and what we're working on those. But you're right. A major project will have a different set, you could argue a different specificity to those metrics, but we want to follow that same pattern. And so what we want to be able to do is, in some cases, our concern is that a single number like 1.8, 1.08 or 1.04 doesn't tell the story of the values that we're talking about and the value of outcome. And so there'll be 4 or 5 metrics that will link together. So I don't want to be so trivial as to suggest it's, density per acre and those types of things. But it is that characteristic. What we recognize in Colorado 7, since you used that the example, is we know that to get to the scale of development in order to encourage that last mile or that transit-rich environment, you can't be doing it at 1 stories and with pad sites. Yeah. But we also recognize that if we were to demand or request only 5-story buildings on that, it would not happen because that's not a real. So part of this is that path. And that's what we've been trying to explain and demonstrate a little bit even on baseline is there's a path to development and independency. So the metrics that we are talking about will show that outcome that we're trying to achieve, but also where that progress is. And that's what we're defining now. And it will be a link between that vitality matrix, arguably in the long range financial plan, because we think that's where those measurable outcomes are in an easy manner. And so you're seeing the early stage of that. We have a little bit more refining to do to be able to put that in, but we will be sharing those as we go forward.
Perfect. I'll wait to see those. And then I just wanted to make a comment on the 1.04 that I would make a recommendation for us to consider something higher. So I know in the past it's been 1.08. I would like to understand recommendations of something between 1.04 and 1.08. And I get staff's recommendation is 1.04, but I would like council to entertain something more than that, because I do think there might be a margin of error in our numbers, that 1.04 might be too small of a number. So I guess is what I'm saying is there a risk analysis? And I'm sure Ms. Ritchie is sick of me asking for risk analysis, but is there a risk analysis, Ms. Ritchie, that says what is that overage of 1.04? I don't know what that number is, and how does that attribute to our budget? Is that a 10% budget overage, and is that a normal budget overage at 1.04, or should we be at 1.6? I don't know. If you could talk about why 1.04 versus where historically we've been at 1.08, I'd appreciate that.
Sure, Councilmember Groom. So it's not that it's a recommendation of 1.04. It's actually when we, so what we've done is taken on an annual basis, we've taken the projected revenues and expenditures and compared that with the, the comprehensive land use plan. So taking into account working with planning and determining based on existing development as well as anticipated development that is within that 2016 plan based on the areas, we've projected out, incorporated the cost of services to support those developments as well as inflation, and taking that into account. So year after year, as we build out towards 2040, 2041, and 2042, looking at those years, what shakes out is that ratio of 1.04. It's not that we are proposing it based on, that's actually what the model projects us as showing our revenues to expenditure at build out. So on an annual basis, what we've programmed in are those capital, every year, council takes a look at that 5-year capital improvement project plan. Those projects are only a 5-year look at is what council looks at. However, we actually internally look at that on a 20-year basis or when projects are coming. We've programmed all of those projects that we anticipate to have within the model itself. And so the model is really projecting what the anticipated revenues and projections will be at that build out time. So that 1.04 is a reflection of that, not necessarily a recommendation, or it's based on, again, what we anticipate when development will occur. For example, when will the Civic Center or Baseline come into fruition? When will that commercial development? It's not all at once. We know that happens on a various periods of years where we might see, initially a startup of some commercial and then maybe slow down, and then we see an increase of startups of residential. So we've programmed that into the model over that 20-year outlook. And that's what contributes to that 1.04 ratio, is really the overall revenues anticipated at build out to those expenditures. Does that kind of help?
Is it have to do with right now our existing is under 1.4? I mean, under 1?
That is correct. So we have historically the other years. So prime example, if we look at 2020, we had higher expenditures than we did revenues. So therefore that contributes to that ratio. The other thing to take into consideration with the ratio is that we're looking at it on an annualized basis. What we're not including, because we didn't want to overinflate it, was our beginning fund balances. So every year we have a set amount of those, what we had budgeted and what we didn't spend. We have a set amount of carry forward, if you will. We did not include that because we want to look at an annualized basis. So if we do include that, for example, if you take 2020, if we were to include the beginning fund balances, we actually would have been positive and not negative by those standards. But again, in order to be fiscally conservative in our approach and ensure that we're taking that conservative approach and being responsible, we've ensured by not including those balances to begin with.
So would it make sense if we needed to calculate the difference of converting residential back to commercial for our future in order to make up for the land we've already converted, to get back to 1.08, just to understand the situation Broomfield's in? Would that be a financial analysis that we should do to understand our future risks? Does that make sense?
I think I understand, and we do that with each individual concept review that comes forward. So as those changes occur, but if we're trying to project, we can certainly within the model, if we anticipate some changes from that conversion of residential to commercial or vice versa, we would be able to put that in and see what that would do to the end result of that model and that ratio.
Well, I guess is what I'm saying is in the model, can we hold our future to the 1.08, put our present in and figure, put our existing in, hold the future to 1.08 or our projected to 1.08 and figure out what the residential to commercial model would have to be in order to make up for our deficit right now? In order to hold 1.08.
That would require some changes in terms of projects and looking at those, what's been programmed in as we move forward. So we'd have to take a look and work backwards from that standpoint. But I don't know if it would.
Yeah. All right. No, I wouldn't do it at this point in time, but I see the capabilities. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Grom, I think your point's well taken. I guess I can have pride that I was the one that helped develop it at 1.08. Now it's going to go down. I guess I had some questions, and I may need to follow up some of the stuff because we're getting late and we have another project. But I am going to ask some of my questions. When we talk about a chaser, just go back to, I've talked to Jennifer about this from day one, and I think Jeff Romine, I think that's a great idea. And I use the example of Trader Joe's simply from the point of view that that one of my clients owned 8 Trader Joe's buildings and bought them over the years. And so when you're talking about a chaser, you're talking about somebody, when a known deal is out there, we're going to chase it down. But also we're going to try to, for targeted things like a Trader Joe's, we would try to target Trader Joe's, and we would understand our chaser would understand Trader Joe's numbers. I mean, I think I told you I have the numbers, the demographics, each one of those 8 stores, exactly what income and density they needed. And so we would then, so let's just say that we know what Trader Joe's wants. We know they want to come to the market that we're in. We would then work with Trader Joe's. Our chaser would work with Trader Joe's as to find the right location within Broomfield to place that Trader Joe's. And so let's just say it's a McWhinney, for example, that we would then work with the McWhinney to tailor the site to them, and so they would know that they could put it in their next 5-year plan.
Yes.
Okay, and it's something I guess I've advocated for several years, and it's something that makes a lot of sense. The other point in Councilmember Hinkle's, her comment, that the chaser is also going to understand the market, where the market is throughout. I mean, we're not going to rely upon the developer to tell us that, well, I can't get that type of store there. Well, also the chaser is going to understand that, there's no market right now. You're not going to get a King Soopers. You're not going to get a Whole Foods. You're not going to get, that type of stuff. And then we have to make a decision as council. It's fair to make the developers wait, just not 2 years, 3 years. So we're sorry, you just can't do it. I mean, this all becomes our thinking as well. Okay, and I see, Jeff and John, and I'm just going to confirm that because I'm a real believer. Preferably the chaser would have some type of development background, and had done it for profit, and maybe he or she was in their later years, and wanted to dial back and live in Colorado, and so with that said, I wanted to go specifically, and the 2 Sharons come to mind, to Via Vara, just to ask specific questions. So on Via Vara, when we show here, and I'm on the slide that shows it shows that what's it called? I've got it blown up. But we're showing Broomfield, and then we have on the right hand side we have Neighborhood Village Via Vara. So the chart here we're going to show it's going to be 60%, 15, and 25%. Is that the number that it's going to be a build out of that development?
Mayor, you're absolutely to the point, and that is thinking about what that mix might look like. Obviously, we're not we're not going to be absolutely prescriptive per se, but that's the kind of the goal towards
Jeff, I'm
getting that.
I'm asking a specific question. I'll get there. And so my specific question is the 60%, the 15%, and the 25%. Is that what Via VAR is going to look like at build out and includes the existing development?
That's our thought at this point, yes.
Okay, so obviously, and I talked to both Atkins and Johnson, you know, when I was running. I'll just say it that way, you know. And so from a developer's point of view, you know, I understood their and I think that's perfectly legitimate. And I think the two Sharons were legitimate or not getting the come and go. But my question comes down to, we need to then convert these. We need to convert these to remaining development, because right now, you know, I don't know if the 15% office development is done through Crocs and whatever, but if you're saying that's the total build out, then we need to convert this fairly quickly for the developers to what is remaining. And then we need to, you know, I mean, because you're being fairly prescriptive here, and I completely, you know, and if you're talking about community, you know, retail, you know, being 20% of the 25%, whatever the number is, then the two auto dealers have taken it out. So there's no future there. I mean, we need to convert this down to action items for the developers so they understand what it means. And I guess what I'm going to say, I just want to say that to the public because it's something that's been on my mind, you know, while I was running, you know, for mayor, and I did get some development support. Let's just say it that way. You know, I think what you're putting on this is absolutely correct. I'm trying to understand exactly what it means for the developer when they're trying to understand this matrix vis-a-vis what exists right now, and I guess I'll just suggest that you know, Jennifer, John, and you and I could talk some about that, because I think it's important that the developer understands exactly what this means to them. You know, on a McWhinney, they're ahead of us anyway. They're trying to do a balanced development, but some of these areas like Via Vara, you know, where you have mixed ownership left, you know, this translates into very specific availability that may, you know, and then I guess our chaser would come in and say, well, let's help get this guy in here because we know they're looking for this area of, you know, of Broomfield. But I'd like to get into a little bit more detail with you, because I think the developer is going to want to do that. And Jennifer's comment, the developer is going to work together, is wonderful, but developers are notoriously, you know, competitive. I mean, they're as competitive as people in the oil and gas business. And so, and I think you can get them to work together if we are doing good in our chasing part. But I guess I want to talk some more, you know, because we need to move on to the next topic. And, but I think I see you guys nodding your heads. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, just in closing, we wanted to make sure we were headed in the right direction before we do anything else. The next step would be the current state. So the future state is what is on this chart. Then we'll go back in, now that we know we're headed in the right direction with the right categories and the right dynamics, and then we'll chart out the current state so that when we have the conversation with developers, we have a targeted approach. So that's our next logical step, is current state.
Okay. So then I'll close out the this part of the study session, and we'll move into I guess I have a script here. So we'll move into a discussion of reverse setbacks from oil and gas facilities. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will start the discussion with.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for moving through that with us. Next, Anna Bertonzetti will introduce us to the reverse setbacks. We have a full staff here to support questions after the presentation. Anna?
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. If we could have the next slide, please. So following an executive session that was held on March 2nd, City Council had directed staff to prepare a study session for discussion regarding the reverse setbacks. The presentation this evening, as well as our memorandum, really highlighted three key areas. The first was an overview of what other jurisdictions are currently doing in regard to reverse setback from oil and gas facilities. The second was potential impacts of the reverse setbacks on land use, specifically focused on residential land use patterns. And the third was options for consideration and discussion regarding the reverse setbacks. Staff will eventually prepare an ordinance based on the discussion this evening and the direction provided. A first and second reading with a required public hearing will be held because it is an ordinance with changes to the municipal code. Next slide, please. Based on the recommendations of the Oil and Gas Comprehensive Plan chapter and action steps, specifically OG 18.1, City Council had approved Ordinance 2076 in 2019, which requires written notice that will be recorded against the title of any lot within 1,320 feet of existing or proposed oil and gas wells when a dwelling unit or a school could be built on the lot. In addition, when a lot is first sold, the purchaser intending to occupy the dwelling unit the seller must provide that person with the written notice. Finally, there's also no residential units that can be built within 200 feet of an existing oil and gas facility, regardless of the notice occurring. In regards to plugged and abandoned wells, the municipal code requires notice to purchasers within 200 feet of a plugged and abandoned well. And there is no specific reverse setback, but a workover easement is required of 50 by 100 in size. Next slide, please. Staff provided a table as a summary regarding how other jurisdictions in Colorado are regulating with respect to reverse setbacks. An additional detail was provided in attachment 1. Some jurisdictions create 2 different setbacks, with one being from existing well sites and a second from plugged and abandoned well sites. For this reason, we provided a series of options for council's discussion with setbacks from both the plugged and abandoned and from the existing, as well as a combined. Next slide, please. Implementation of reverse setbacks will impact the available land to be utilized for land uses that would be prohibited from locating near oil and gas wells. Depending on the scale of the setback, it may be appropriate to reevaluate land use designations in areas for future development. The map shown on the screen includes all PUD plans that have previously been approved, showing where residential uses have been previously approved. Next slide, please. To help with the discussion, staff also prepared a slide, and this is also included in the memorandum, to present the various stages of development for the surface areas near existing plugged and abandoned and operating wells. Next slide, please. Since staff is not aware of any direct studies or reports that identify what particular distance is necessary and appropriate to maintain between residences and producing oil and gas wells, or between residences and plugged and abandoned wells, a series of maps was provided within the staff memorandum and will also be included in the presentation. These maps include 250, 500, and 1,000 foot setbacks to aid in our discussion this evening. The first map shown here and higher resolution maps are found in the staff presentation links. The staff memorandum links. This map shows 250 feet from producing, drilling, and shut-in wells. Next slide, please. We also included what 500 feet from these same producing, shut-in, and drilling wells would be looking like, what the impact would be. And then finally, with the next slide, we showed the 1,000 feet. And again, these maps are only to serve to facilitate our discussion tonight. Map production is technical, so we chose the 250, 500, and 1,000 to aid in our discussion this evening. Next slide, please. This second series of maps shows the reverse setbacks shown from dry and abandoned and plugged and abandoned well sites within Broomfield. Again, starting with 250 feet. Next slide, please. And then 500 feet. And then the final slide is 1,000 feet. And then next slide. The third and final series of maps included in the memo and in this presentation includes all of the well types, the plugged and abandoned and the active and drilling well sites. Again, starting with 250 from all wells. Next slide, please, and then 500. And then finally, with the next slide, 1,000 feet. Next slide, please. This evening, staff is requesting direction regarding the reverse setbacks. First, staff is asking that City Council whether City Council is interested in moving forward with a draft ordinance for consideration at a future public hearing. Then we have a series of questions. I have some on the screen and they're also included in the memorandum. These are things such as what are the reverse setbacks that are desired? Should the well setbacks be applicable to different types of well stages, such as plugged and abandoned, drilling, or active? Whether there should be considerations to change in the notice requirements that are currently in the code, as well as other questions as noted. If directed by City Council, staff will bring forward an ordinance that will be based on the discussion this evening. As I mentioned, a first reading with the potential changes will be required, as well as a second reading and a public hearing to gather public feedback regarding this proposal. And that concludes staff's presentation. As was mentioned, we have a number of staff available to answer questions as they relate to the technical aspects of the wells, health, legal, and myself for land use. Thank you very much.
Mayor, that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, so we'll go to council questions, comments. Once again, we'll do the 2-round deal. And Councilmember Lim.
So thank you to staff for providing the resources and answering a lot of questions leading up to this. I was going to address those questions. I figured that's what staff wanted us to do specifically, but what I wanted to start with what the goals are of reverse setbacks. So the goals of the reverse setbacks are to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. And the new residents should be provided the same protections living near oil and gas development that we have provided existing residents through the 2,000-foot setback that we passed in May with Ordinance 2123. So that's one goal. The second goal that I see is that all non-producing wells should be plugged and abandoned with post-2008 COGCC P&A requirements. So from there, I was going to go from the goals to answering the specific questions as I see them for food for thought. So what setback distance should be included in the initial draft for active producing drilled oil and gas facilities? My answer for thought would be all active wells and those which have already been permitted by the COGCC should have a reverse setback of 2,000 feet from occupied structures until they are P&A'd for active wells or the permits are withdrawn. So technically speaking, on the COGCC dashboard, the wells with this that are under consideration for this reverse setback would be the producing, the drilling, the temporary abandoned, the shut-in, the permitted location, and the suspended. The shut-in fits in this category. I'll throw that out there because it should be treated as the same as producing, since they are capable of being opened for production again. An example in our area right now is that the Carlson 124 well, which is a shut-in well, recently had a mechanical integrity test failure in 620. This is setback with producing wells is supported by the CDPHE report from 2019. Most of us are familiar with the fact that during drilling flowback and fracking and flowback, that it definitely supports that there's acute exposures for benzene, toluene, and ethyl toluene up to 2,000 feet from the wells. What's lesser known is when you look into the details that the staff provided, even in the memo, is that there's also concern shown in this report for benzene during production activities. So that's a different phase of development during production. And in the CDPHE report summary, it points out that the study doesn't rule out the possibility of chronic health impacts because it does not comprehensively measure chronic exposures representative of what happens in areas with multiple well pads. And that is the current situation in Broomfield, is that we have multiple large well pads across a concentrated area. So there's also evidence to support the 2,000-foot setback from our own adverse health impacts that we have tracked with the extraction wells, but I won't go into that detail right now so I can get to the other questions. Question 2, should setbacks vary based on whether the well was vertically, diagonally, or horizontally drilled? My answer would be setbacks should be the same for all of those producing wells. Question 3, setback distance for plugged and abandoned wells. My answer would be all plug and abandoned well facilities should have a reverse setback of 250 feet from occupied structures. We know that well casing failures are not uncommon, according to data provided by the staff in the memo on wells in the Pennsylvania Marcellus Shale. They have about a 9% failure rate, according to that report. We asked the COGCC for their records on the total number of P&A well failures and the cause of those failures. The COGCC said they don't track those records, those failures of P&A well failures in Colorado. So in the absence of any data for Colorado, we need to rely on our own Broomfield evidence of P&A well failure and use the precautionary principle. The Davis 43 well, 6 well failure, which occurred in 2019, is an example of Broomfield evidence that shows that we need 250 feet from P&A wells as a reverse setback. I could go into further detail on that if necessary.
I need you to wrap up, Jean.
Okay, on question 4, there's a question about residential, previously platted residential usage of redevelopment and what this residential reverse setback would mean for this residential usage. And that's where I think we need to take a diversionary approach. So we would have 2 paths, is what I would say. We would look at the path where a resident wanted to just use its own land to add another house or reconstruct its own property. And then we would have a different path for the case where a landowner actually wanted to engage a developer to redevelop its property in a large extent. So those are my responses for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Lim that the 2,000-foot setback is equally as important to protecting public health, safety, welfare, environment to existing development as it is to new development, and that all permitted wells must be treated as active wells. And shut-in wells are active wells since they can produce again at any time. Actually, I lost my spot here. So I want to, this is the first question. Okay, so the first question was regarding that, the active producing and drilling wells. And I want to note that adverse impacts of health and safety based on our resident experience must be the basis for our policy until there are scientific studies which prove otherwise. This is, considered using the precautionary principle. And the impacts that we have gone over many times, especially during the drilling, fracking, and the well completion phases, is the noise. We're all aware of that one, and the emissions, which occur during some of those phases and some of the odors. But more importantly, these health impacts actually have continued into the production phase that include nosebleeds and difficulty breathing. And the one area that we have not talked about as much recently is the safety aspect. So when we're looking at some of these large scale oil and gas developments that are that will be continuing on forward, even if we desired to build closer to them. There is an inherent risk here, the risk of high impact accidents, which have occurred in Colorado, including well blowouts like in Hudson, that incident back, it was 2017, I think, and fires and explosions like Extraction Zone Windsor, fire and explosion back in December 2017. So this goes beyond just the emissions and the noise that could occur, but there's also that safety that we need to keep residents away from these sites, especially during the development phases. So I would go with the 2,000 feet and match the CDPHE study and provide those protections. There's also, once we get into production, there's that consideration like, can we go closer? Is 2,000 feet only through flowback, and once you're in production, can you go closer? But in order to make an informed decision to decrease setbacks once wells are in production, we still need a comprehensive list of all operations that are allowed under the operator agreement and information on the anticipated adverse health and safety impacts that each poses to residents living in close proximity for those operations. So some of the considerations for the future operations beyond what's included for the permitted wells, which is the drilling, fracking, coiling, and tubing and flowback. And once you get past those phases, there's some operations that this is probably not a complete list, but there's well swabbing, liquids loadout, refracking, lifters. They could ultimately put pump checks on these wells, and they would eventually need to plug and abandon them. We need to consider the intensity of these operations based on how many wells there are in an area, because some of these pads have I think 19 wells on one of them, and these impacts can be quite considerable. So absent information regarding health and safety of various phases of operations, and while we wait for studies to be done on future technologies and ways these operations could be done with decreased impacts to health and safety, we will need to rely on our health data and information available from the COGCC for incidents which have occurred. Now, number 2 was the question on the vertical or horizontally drilled, and I would say both are the same, unless we are provided some information that would say otherwise. Regarding the question number 3, the distance for plugged and abandoned wells, I would say that we do need to go with the information that well casing failures do occur. Councilmember Lim did start to discuss some of this, including the failure rate of 6 to 9%. That was in the memo. And the Davis 43-6 well failure up here in Anthem Highlands was detected through our soil gas testing program back in May of 2019. And there is still residual subsurface methane over a year later, and measured at least 120 feet from the well, with some readings still significantly above explosive levels. And that well was plugged and abandoned back in 2003. So it's not that terribly old for the P&A part of it. There's a risk of interwell, and I want to kind of focus now on the area in the very northeast section of Broomfield. There's several wells up there, and there's a risk of interwell communication or frac hits, which occurs when the pumping of fracking fluids into one well affects a nearby well. That current COGCC map shows planned well bores, probably most likely coming from just outside of the Broomfield border, to be drilled under that entire section of Broomfield that is north of Highway 7 and east of I-25. These frac hits are unpredictable and can damage tubing, casings, and well integrity per analysis.
Laura, I need you to wrap up.
Journal of Petroleum and Technology. Okay, I will finish this one and I'll come back to questions 4 and 5. And I just think we really need to make sure that we are, that the developers are being incentivized to work with operators to get the wells plugged and abandoned prior to the development in order to have more land for development. And I will listen to other individuals' answers on numbers 4 and was 5 an easy one? Oh yeah, and 5, and I'll come back to those at the end. Thank you.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for putting all of this together. I just really noted all of the work that went into showing us just all the data that went and was involved in this, and I still want to pick through this. So I just want to say I really appreciate all this work, and I think it's a good testament to show just how much we care about this issue. I had some notes written down. If you want me, I can circle back to those questions. I just am going to zoom out just a little bit more because for my sake and my knowledge in this industry, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts. And I don't want to make developers, not develop their land, but at the same time, we do have to be protective. So I think there's still a lot to be included in this discussion, but I think we're going to have to rely on our own data. And I don't feel comfortable after tonight that we could go on any first reading, but perhaps do another study session, but not sit on this information. We got to still move through it. But for me, it's important to know what stage the well is in, what intensity it is, how many wells. There's a lot still that we do not know about hydraulic fracturing. It's still so new that to make any formal decisions on a plug and abandon well for something that's been hydraulically fracked for 2 to 3 miles underground is still a lot unknown. And they don't put a lot of money into understanding it because it costs them money. So we won't hear from oil and gas companies on how they're investing on plugging and abandoning because it's not conducive to their bottom line. But we also have to take into account the age of the well. And if it was plugged and abandoned after 2008, I have high concerns over newer wells that we don't know much about regarding leakage. For instance, the Davis well, that was, a single, vertical well, right? And we know that access a certain area, and that leak was about, I think it was roughly 123 feet, 130 feet. But for a horizontally drilled well, we don't know what that leak could have looked like because you're accessing deeper and further. So I don't know what that leak could have looked like. And I think we need to look into those wells that are horizontally fracked. I did find a study and they did find ways to predict leaks. And they found that the age and the direction of the well plus the circumference predicted leakage. And they had a pretty high percentage of accuracy with that. And I will send that to staff tonight as well. I am in accordance with Councilmember Lim and also Anderson on a 2,000-foot temporary setback during pre-production. We know that, my main concern was emissions during spudding and drilling, and the noise was horrific during the hydraulic fracturing and coiling and tubing. But once wells are in production, we still have concerns about emissions and leaks. So I'm just going to kind of keep this kind of short tonight, but I think we need to start really looking at our own data. 130 feet of a plugged and abandoned well. I have, Mayor Pro Tem Castriota and I have people in Wilcox and they want to develop their land. And so I think we need to give them that option and say, hey, maybe 130 feet, because that's what we found at the Davis well of these plugged and abandoned wells, and maybe informed consent up to, 500 feet. But I think we really need to rely on our own data. Unfortunately, we have a lot of it, but it's really, I find it really maddening and saddening at the same time that we don't have anyone telling us what sort of radius, because we don't know how much methane will leak, and we don't always know, the expansion of that methane and what that means for people that live nearby or people who work nearby. But that's kind of where I stand right now, but I might circle back to a few of the questions if it provides more guidance. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you. I appreciate this conversation. Appreciate the sentiment around the health and safety and welfare of instating the reverse setbacks. Given the legal parameters and given the lawsuits and given the fact that this could be costing Broomfield more money than the millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars that we put into this, I think that one of the words that was talked about a lot today was transparency. And I think that we can be transparent with the developers and the developers can be transparent with their businesses. I think it's different going into something knowing that there's going to be oil and gas development versus not being able to do anything about it. So I'm not willing to move into a direction that's going to cost Broomfield any more money with the lawsuits. I think that we can figure out a better way for transparency. And that's where I was a while ago, and that's where I am today. You know, the one that I might is the 2,000 foot setback on the production well, but everything else, you know, and if we look at what other communities are doing around us, and they have not been sued, then maybe we could take a look at like what Loveland has done. But I'm not willing to put Broomfield at risk anymore. I just can't. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So perhaps the best place for me to start is with the plugged and abandoned wells. You know, in the biweekly oil and gas conversations, we know that well casing failures are not uncommon, and we in Broomfield do have evidence of the plugged and abandoned well failure. The David 43-6 well has shown that there is subsurface methane at least 120 feet from the well, and this has been occurring for nearly a year now. With this well, we have completed numerous test wells to take measurements for the subsurface methane, which has extended even further out than that 120 feet from that well. And we're also in conversations regarding mitigation efforts related to the failing plugged and abandoned well. So I think that my recommendation, I think it falls in line with Councilmember Lim and Councilmember Anderson, would be the 250 foot setback for plugged and abandoned wells, which would include the existing easement for maintenance of the 50 by 100 foot easement. And you know, and that kind of goes into the next piece, which is, you know, Ward 3 does have a notorious active well near the Aspen Creek K-8 school. The residents of Aspen Creek neighborhood, especially those living nearest and closest to that Carson 124 well, were told by the developers that well would be plugged in and abandoned soon after those homes were built. And with this well, you know, as we can see, that has not happened. And, you know, nearly 20 years later, we still have concern with that home and with those neighbors. But that concern is, you know, of course, from those living closest to that well, but it's also within residents that are living within neighborhoods of Eagle Trace as well as Country Estates. So this is a concern more than just those residents that are right there next to that well. So I think that, you know, when a developer is proposing a project, there needs to be an incentive to plug and abandon those wells. And this incentive is the increased developable land near oil and gas wells. There was a significant amount of conversation with the Oil and Gas Task Force about the importance of plugging and abandoning wells. And at the same time, we want to ensure that these wells are not left to become part of the growing state orphan well program that continues to have limited funds and not able to take care of those wells. So this leads me to the setbacks on permitted well sites, drilling, all operations of a well site, all active shut-in wells. These setbacks should be protective of health and safety of residents. And just as our the ordinance that we passed, 2123, it should be 2,000 feet from all wells of an occupied structure. This reverse setback would provide the same protections for new residents living near oil and gas development that we provided within that ordinance. With the operations and production of the Livingston wells, we've seen complaints filed through the existence of this project. Because of this, we have seen the health and safety threats don't go away once a well goes into production, especially since a well can be refracked and the site can always become active again. So just because it goes into production doesn't mean that the operations that we saw the noise complaints from, we saw the high emissions complaints from, those don't necessarily go away until that permit is either revoked or that well is plugged and abandoned. And so, you know, at that point, the last thing I think was one of the staff questions, notification to residents and landowners should really match up with these setback distances so that people are aware of what's going on around them. regarding that oil and gas. I think that's all the questions. So thank you for the time, Mayor.
Councilmember Jezierski.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to take a tack that was probably a little more in line with Council Member Tessier here. I certainly agree with the original comments that we heard that the goal really is to protect the health and safety of the residents. However, I said this before, I see a real big difference between coming to the nuisance and the nuisance coming to you. So, you know, once again, if you were living in Anthem neighborhood over the past few years and all of a sudden you're having oil and gas wells, you know, go in your backyard, that's not something that you asked for. When you first bought that home, you know, that there wasn't an oil and gas well, and certainly there's a significant level of protection that should go into those residents before a well goes in. However, there's in my mind at least, a significant difference if you are knowingly and willingly going to purchase a property next to a well. I mean, that's something that it's your choice. So if there are wells right now around the baseline neighborhood, and if someone wants to go ahead and with proper notice, that they're willing to go ahead and assume some of the risks that are associated with being close to that well, and I don't think it's up to us to prevent them from doing so. And so for me, you know, it doesn't mean that there shouldn't be any setbacks. I think there do need to be certain level of setbacks. But I think the real level of protecting the health and safety is providing significant and fair notice to the residents, so they can make an educated choice on whether or not they want to live, you know, within a certain distance of a well, whether that's an active well, a producing well, a drilled well, or a plugged and abandoned well. So, you know, distance-wise, I'm not sure if I have the numbers for me. I mean, I certainly would want a setback that is far enough to protect a house from and an immediate danger. And to me, it comes from an explosion. I mean, I would feel horrible if there was an explosion and a house close by was impacted by that. So I don't know what that number is, but to me, that's an important number. And once you get beyond that, you know, the risks, which are real, whether it's air quality, whether it's noise, those are, I think, less or at least immediate risks. And those are the type of risks that I would want a resident, a potential resident, to make an educated decision as to whether or not they're willing to accept that risk. So I would support setbacks that, you know, protect the residents from catastrophic damage to their house or their person. But I would not be in favor of anything that would go beyond that. And, you know, to protect anything beyond that, I would be in favor of, you know, significant notice to those residents. I don't know how far that has to go. I guess it's 1,200 feet's been discussed in the past, and that seems reasonable. Beyond that, I know an important point. I think Councilmember Tessier started to allude to this. And this is how do we enforce this against, you know, some of the properties now that they may have vested rights to build. And I think that's a discussion. I'm not sure if we're having that now, or probably need to have that in the future. But, you know, how do we enforce this? Because you know, I'd be very hesitant to bring on lawsuits against the city that, you know, that are gonna have us incur, you know, damages well and beyond whatever I don't know. I guess not being coherent here, but it's getting late. But I think we need to have that discussion as to, you know, how do we enforce this, and are we going to try to enforce this upon, you know, those that already have rights to build? I mean, because again, that goes to expectations, and, you know, for me, it's always maintaining expectations. And if someone's had the expectation and a vested right to build, I have a problem and a concern going ahead and changing that expectation now. So, not sure if that answers anything, but that's where I'm at. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Jezierski, I think that segues into, you know, I've asked Nancy, or, you know, Attorney Rogers to address the issue of enforcement if you have vested rights already. So I'm going to ask her to speak now, because I think that's she brought that up to us this week, and it's something that needs to be addressed so the public understands it and we understand it together as a body.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not gonna go into what was my communications as the attorney for Broomfield with council, but I am going to explain what a vested rights agreement is. What that means is that a developer has a right that's protected to develop the property consistent with the approved plan. And that vested right includes the ability to not be constrained by future regulation. So it sort of locks in the regulations at that time. There's some exceptions like fire codes or changes in plumbing codes, but for the most part, big changes in zoning wouldn't apply to people with vested rights, or big changes in land use. I did want to provide council with this list. Staff is still working on pulling all the information of those developments that have vested rights. I will provide this list, and we will get this chart out in a manner that can be shared with the public. So those developments with vested rights are Flatirons Marketplace, Anthem West, Anthem East. Dillon Point is coming up for the second reading on the approval of a vested rights agreement. It doesn't have it yet. Mid-Cities, Baseline, and then Broadlands also has a vested rights agreement, although they're at the tail end of it and pretty much done with that development. And Broomfield Irma Transit Village also has a vesting agreement. That's also coming close to the end of its term.
The question is, where does that leave us?
Well, these are enforceable contracts. Yeah. And so beyond that, we can have a discussion in exec session, or I can provide some more information in an attorney-client privilege email. But I will just, for the public, I'll say that these are enforceable contracts.
Yeah, I think my comment was that, what areas aren't affected by that? And it sounds like it's a very small area, maybe in the northeast corner of our community.
I know when we were talking about vested rights, council had requested a map. So we will see what we can do to sort of visualize how this impacts. I'm sorry to say we didn't have enough time to get it ready for this study session.
Okay. So a map will be forthcoming on where the vested rights exist.
I don't want to promise a map because those actually take an amazing amount of staff time and resources, but we'll try to find some way to show this in a visual format so that council can understand where these vested rights are.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I think there is some room to change our setbacks. I still see a lot of value in our current structure with the flexibility it provides. But I could see us increasing the P&A setback to 150 feet, 200 feet. I don't know, somewhere in there. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. I don't know. I need to learn more about it. And I definitely see a value in the setback from wells in that drilling phase where we had all the health complaints last time. Does that mean that developers can't build during that time? I don't know, but you definitely don't want someone moving in when they're doing the tubing and the coiling, and when we got hundreds of complaints. So I see value in that. The rest of it, I don't know that I have a really firm opinion. I mean, I think on the vertical and diagonally drilled wells, these things are different. There's a difference between the extraction pad and a single horizontal well. So I don't know. I need to think more about that. I'm not really sure what the answer is there, but I could see as definitely updating our regs to being more in line with our neighboring communities, because I think we are on the lower end, especially when it comes to the P&A wells. The rest of it, I guess I'm kind of in agreement with Councilmember Jezierski with consent, and I think we talked about wired, maybe requiring some wired alarms and things if they're near P&A wells. I'd be open to that discussion as well for new developments. But yeah, I'll be very curious to see what else my colleagues have to say. That's all I have for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Groom.
Sure, thank you. I'm really in alignment to what Councilmember Tessier started off with a while ago, which is the legal parameters and the lawsuits in Broomfield with additional setbacks. And I think we can be very transparent with our notices and with our current setbacks, and we can do other options. I don't think setbacks is the only thing that we can do in regards to protecting health and safety. We can increase our testing program. It's our testing program that identified the Davis 43-6 and got us and protected the public from additional housing being built there before we could get that cleaned up. I would also be okay with alarms or any kind of technology on plug and abandoned wells if they were in danger for because of the age of them. So I think there's different unique things we could do moving forward. And then also when I look at the maps in regards to all of the residential built on top of the plug and abandon or in the areas of plug and abandon, I mean, we've got years and years and years of experience with plug and abandon and oil and gas in Broomfield. And I do think it has a lot to do with how our structure is built. And I know that Randy Aarons even mentioned how our pipes and our oh, sorry.
I don't think Stan meant to speak. Stan, you might want to go on mute.
That's all right.
I didn't notice that. I apologize.
That's fine. He was even mentioning that even in our codes, what we have to do with our pipelines prior to build. And I think we have somewhat of a structure here in Broomfield to protect health and safety from day one. So I'm fine with where we're at right now with setbacks. However, I'm interested in looking at what are some of our other options for health and safety with plug and abandoned wells and shut-ins and producing. Thank you.
Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been yet another interesting and informative discussion. Want to make a couple of points that haven't been made yet, I don't think. But in real estate, as any residential real estate broker is aware, if the structure was permitted before 1978, brokers, sellers, buyers, everybody is required to read and understand a lead-based paint disclosure, because the home might have lead-based paint somewhere in it. Lead-based paint was discontinued after 1978 in residential structures, in most structures, I think. And lead-based paint can be an incredible hazard for young children, especially. So and that's been in place. The disclosure, the informed consent disclosure regarding lead-based paint has been in place as long as I've been a licensed real estate broker, and it seems to have worked. We don't tend to have lawsuits or problems where people come and say, I didn't understand the consent, or I wasn't aware of it. You didn't give me the consent. You didn't tell me, whatever. It seems to have worked well, and people, probably some on council, live in homes that were built before 1978, and you had to sign that disclosure one way or another. So informed consent should not be dismissed as it is a very powerful tool that can work very, very well, so long as people read what they're signing before they sign it. So I just wanted to toss that out. I agree with much of what's been said, that the risks of oil and gas development in proximity to occupied structures the risks are real, but there's trying to look at it objectively. There's still a lot of unknowns in magnitude and sorting and sifting anecdotal data, so quote unquote data, from true scientific epidemiological studies. There's a lot of work yet to be done. So when I hear we've got to rely on our own data in Broomfield, I keep thinking, well, that's not been qualified. That's not been vetted. Are people having trouble? Absolutely. Is it unequivocally from oil and gas? I don't know. I don't think any of us know yet. So I am very leery of basing things on anecdotal data that has not yet been qualified by professional scientists. The other idea that I want to bring out very briefly is that by mitigating this potential and perceived risk of which we don't know the magnitude, are we increasing potential risks for individuals that live or work in Broomfield in other ways? For example, if we were to somehow make this stick, again, for example, because it seems to be up on the north side of Broomfield, in the potential developments along Highway 7, and suddenly there were no more homes available for rent or sale up there, would someone who worked in the city of Broomfield have to go farther out, farther north, farther east to live and then drive in? And what's the cumulative risk of a career of driving in every day on what we all know is the utterly insane traffic on Highway 7 and I-25? And is that a risk that we are not considering, something like that? So I would argue that we can't make these changes in isolation. Anytime you look at one axis of a problem, by definition, you're ignoring all the other axes. So I very much like what the comments that Councilmember Jezierski made concerning the forthcoming analysis from legal. I'd like to wait for that to be completed regarding the vested rights and that situation, have an executive session if we need to on that. As Councilmember Lindstedt pointed out, as I've pointed out, informed consent can work very well. And it gives people the opportunity to weigh their own individual risks in their own lives and decide, is this risk worth taking compared to all the other risks in my life? I don't want to take that choice away from people. And lastly, I very much like, I realize I'm not answering the exact questions that staff put out there, but y'all are smart enough, you can read between my lines. Councilmember Groom's discussion about increasing the testing program. I'd like to discuss that quite a bit more because I think that has a lot of potential. Maybe that is a testing fee that we can put on the developer for homes within the 2,000 feet, something like that. Whereas they would have to set up and pay for a regular testing fee for the life of the well, something like that. I don't know, but it's something else to think about. So that's where I'm at. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we have like 587 health complaints that have been logged since the extraction project came to town. So anybody that's been paying attention for the last few years knows that coming to town was just a bad deal for Broomfield. And we have the COGCC now. They just are in the end stages of overhauling their entire regulation series because they were antiquated and not protective of health, safety, and welfare. That's what many municipalities are doing now too, post 181, because when we know better, we do better. And we have been through it. I mean, no one can deny the adverse impacts of this operation on our residents. And the Davis well is now holding up a developer from completing their project. So maybe that's the karmic circle. I don't know. But, you know, at least it's not the residents paying the price like they always do. I'm in general alignment with council members Lim Anderson and Schaaf, because we did pass 2,000-foot setbacks to protect our residents. And to me, health and safety isn't negotiable unless there's a vested right, I get that. But it doesn't make sense to me to have the operators agree not to put a new fracking development a certain distance from buildings, but then we're going to go ahead and let a builder come in and just, you know, circumvent that whole thing. So you can use your whatever logic you want, but if you truly are doing this for health and safety, which I am, we've done all the work to control the siting. So it only makes sense for future development that isn't vested to follow a higher standard of regulations in order to protect our residents. We've been through the experience. It's been brutal. So I just don't think that the reciprocal setbacks can be okay, because they're not. The Firestone explosion, if you're wondering what a blast radius looks like, that house was lifted off its foundation because the pipelines weren't required to be mapped back then. So people didn't even know what they were buying. And so I think it's time to you know, give more power to the people who do have the right to know what's around them, and also to be able to have a safe place to raise their kids and not be living in fear. Because my residents in Ward 5, they cried to me because their house was vibrating. It's unnerving when your house is shaking. And the kids that couldn't sleep, and the horrific stories of people who didn't get any sleep and they couldn't go to work the next day. So I just want to remind people, even though extraction's been gone for a while, and they're obviously not forthcoming enough to let us know when they're going to be back, we need to have the most protective setbacks because they have all the power, clearly. We should expand this to include non-residential, high occupancy, and all occupied structures, parks, and fields. The extraction project has caused adverse impacts to our residents. Our lived experience since they came down has been a nightmare. The new reciprocal setback should incentivize developers to plug and abandon the shut-in or non-producing wells in order to qualify for a smaller 200, 250 foot floor for a P&A. Enhanced informed consent should require large signage on the property and inclusion in all sales and marketing materials. Variance requests could be considered if soil gas testing and monitoring is in place. And I'm speaking to Councilmember Henkel's comments about the Wilcox residents who might be subdividing their property. And some of those wells are right outside their back door. So, you know, and then they had to abandon a bunch of stuff in place because people would just build on top of build. And, you know, we have to fix what we can. We can't fix everything. But so if Broomfield didn't have its own soil gas testing program, would the Davis well methane leak even been detected? I'm going to guess no, because no one else cares. So if we wouldn't have invested the money and the resources to test the soils, who knows what would have happened? And developers should cover the cost of the soil gas testing and monitoring. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make a couple comments. I'm exchanging some texts with the city manager, and we're obviously going to have to, have another study session on this. I think probably everybody agrees. I do want to make a couple comments, on my own here. There's certain reality. There are vested rights. I mean, I suspect that what's going to come down to the number of developments that we can apply this reverse setback to are so few that's going to create a just so we're almost forced to. I mean, I'll go with, and I said this to Gene 3 or 4 months ago. I think like using 250 feet for plugged and abandoned wells is something that we should seriously consider. The Carlson well and the Davis well, are good examples of that. I think going to 2,000 feet on producing wells is just not going to happen. We're not going to have the power to do that. And I think so, and I have been a proponent. I've told this to everybody ever since I was on the oil and gas task force, is informed consent. And so to the extent that we have drilling that's going to occur between 1320 and 2,000 feet, and there's vested right, or even if there isn't vested right, then my concept is that prior to signing the sales contract, the person who's purchasing that property, is informed that there's oil and gas activities, in the area or proposed in the area. And then we have a website that shows that, and then shows them the risk. And so I personally think that people that are informed 1,500 feet out, I go with Councilmember Jezierski, they can make that decision on their own. I don't think we have to make the decision for them. And I don't think we have a lot of other choices anyway. And so we're gonna meet on the 20th, but I don't think we can achieve a lot of the goals that we're trying to achieve here tonight legally. I certainly share the other council members, and I'll say it categorically, that getting into additional legal battles is not something I would highly recommend. And so let's have a session on 420. I'll go ahead and ask Councilmember Anderson, because I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna ask Nancy to try to wrap this up and ask some questions. And I guess I'll go to Councilmember Anderson.
Is that okay to take the additional 2 minutes? Or did you want to save that for, or do you want to save that?
I kind of want to save it for April 20th right now. And,
Can I just ask one question?
Yes.
I think this one will help inform this next set of questions.
And I think that's where we want to be right now. So go ahead.
If our attorney, Nancy, could just weigh in for a second. I know some of us are pushing for a much greater setback, and the discussion of vested rights, it wouldn't apply anyways. We're not going to, us putting an ordinance in place, my understanding was that it doesn't apply to those with vested rights. So for those that are concerned about these massive lawsuits, it wouldn't apply. That was my understanding, and I would love to hear the answer to that, which could inform this next round of questions at our next meeting. And that would be all I will ask tonight. Thank you.
Nancy, you want to answer that?
Yes, Councilmember Anderson, if the reverse setback was not applied to a developer who has a vested rights agreement, they have no claim, right? It's only if council determined that they would want it to apply to those parties with vested rights agreements.
Okay, so
three categories.
Is there more,
for those,
Member Anderson?
Yeah. So for those that have vested rights right now, if council decided to say, even if you have vested rights, this ordinance will apply. I don't hear, that's not what I'm hearing council say. Council, so if you have vested rights, the new ordinance does not apply.
Correct.
The land that is not tied up into vested rights, the ordinance would then apply. We need to work on getting a map that clearly delineates what's in and what's out. And that's what we'll work on. And then Nancy has some questions to solidify when we're coming back to you all, what some of the items that we're going to work on for that 420 study session.
Thank
you want to put those?
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for that summary, Jennifer. I think that's the way you want to look at vested rights. And I would just encourage council to go back to the memos, the first legal memo and then the memo on the vested rights as well. As far as the questions, we've been taking notes, and those who are on the virtual call as well, all taking notes of what you're saying. And I think if we could put that last slide back up. As we're preparing for the next study session, getting some specifics from council on this, I think we definitely heard numbers specifically related to P&A wells on 250, had a lot of people commenting on 2,000 foot for production wells. There was also conversations about notice and wanting to see notice requirements. It would really help staff if when we return, you have those details that you would like to see. Right now, we have it recorded on the title in 14-point font. There can be additional mailers or signs that are posted at the property. That level of detail would be really helpful for staff.
Okay. And they could convey that to you through an email, provide their opinions in the, between now and April 20th, or?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to actually encourage council. I mean, definitely we can. I do think we're at the point of information overload at this juncture. So I think this is a discussion that needs to happen at the public meeting where council is sharing with each other. And then we'll look to what the consensus is after that really robust debate that's going to happen between the council members.
Okay, I appreciate that. So then I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a quick comment because I hear a lot about the legal battles, but really and truly, it's not of our doing because with the violation of the noise ordinance and extraction dragging it out over a year because they don't want to be good neighbors like they promised, that's one. Their bankruptcy, that has nothing to do with us. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Councilmember Groom.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to say in regards to the vested interest, the ones that you guys talked about are kind of the big guys and they've got themselves covered. I am interested in the small developers and the private landowners that we would be hurting. And if we had a list of those, I would greatly appreciate that. So it's not just about the land that that would be exempt because they have the large enough contracts with Broomfield to be exempt because there are major developers. But once again, we'll be hurting the small guys, the small developers or the personal landowners. I'd be interested in that list. Thank you.
I think that should be part of your intent of the map to let us know.
So Mayor, so again, just to clarify, so the map, the first overlay, so think about it as a transparency. So the first map will be the 33 square miles, and then we will highlight those areas that are captured in a vested rights agreement. Then the other overlay will be plugged in abandoned wells and existing. I mean, I don't know how deep down we'll go, between production wells or between the active wells, but we can certainly do the transparency piece for those, at least those 4 levels. And then that will get, Councilmember Groom, to your point of what the impact would be for those outside of the vesting rights agreement where the wells are existing right now, whether they be plugged and abandoned or producing.
Yep.
So we'll have we'll have a transparency that will layer on 4 different components.
Kate.
Am I hearing that right?
Yes, but I just didn't know if you had known developers, like not just the map, but if you knew, if we knew of the developers working that land right now.
So so by the time we get to those 3 different, so there's Anna, hello, Anna.
Hello, good evening again. So to address your question, I think we can do 2 things. We can identify the lots that are vacant and open for development within the 2,000 feet or within the 250 feet. And we can also, in our memorandum, call out some specific examples of areas where we know that developers have shown interest that could potentially be impacted. We'll definitely look for some of those examples.
Beautiful, thank you, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to check on the timeline for this and for these conversations and the information coming forward from staff. We had kind of seen that reverse setbacks in the oil and gas regulations were kind of on a parallel path. And after tonight's conversation, it seems like that may not be happening any longer. So I'm just checking in on the timeline and what the next steps are and kind of anticipating timing for those next steps.
Jennifer, Nancy, you want to address that question?
Nancy's got her Mighty Orange folder, which contains all of her manual notes and dates.
Well, in looking at dates, Councilmember Schaaf, to your point, it was actually going to be first reading of the reverse setback alone. Second reading of reverse setback was going to go with the first reading of oil and gas. So I think this additional meeting might line them up, but I wanted to let me pull up.
427 means
427. So that's probably, if we do another study session on 420, I don't think we'll have sufficient time to have first reading of both of these at the same meeting. So, so yeah, your concern is valid that if we do this, then reverse setbacks will go after oil and gas regulations.
Councilmember Lim?
Does staff need direction on question 5 in order to do the maps? So question 5 asked if we wanted to consider reverse setbacks for other than residential uses. That, that would be commercial, child care facilities, hospitals, schools, playgrounds, athletic fields. That's, the list that we had included on our ordinance for the 2,000-foot setbacks that we passed in May of 2020. So did staff need direction on what the setbacks are from as far as other land uses to do these maps?
Anna? I mean, am I simplifying it too much to say we could just take that map and reverse it? And then have the legend with the items that would then be included in the setbacks?
I do think that we would need to, I think the impact of the land use patterns would certainly be significantly different if we were talking about commercial or park setbacks versus just relating it specifically to residential as we have done. So I think you're right, Ms. Hoffman. I think the maps would be very similar, but I think the impact and our discussion regarding the potential long-range financial plan impacts, as well as any potential updates that we would need to make to the land use map would be much more broad and would require additional discussion and additional information sharing with council to help guide that discussion. But certainly appreciate the direction if that is something that council is interested in pursuing.
So from a staff, we won't be able to have by April 20th, we won't be able to have the financial impact on the long range financial plan. That will take us longer.
So we need to wrap up because it's almost 11 o'clock. So Jennifer and Nancy, do you understand your direction mostly?
Mostly, but I think like Councilmember Lim's last question, I think that's a really important point that yes, staff does need direction on those points. In the absence of that, we don't know what to write down for what staff would like this proposed ordinance to look like. So I do think for all council members, it's really important to look at that last slide and come back with the detail that you'd like to debate with your fellow council members on these issues. And we'll come back to your question, Mr. Mayor, we'll come back with the maps that you'll have the vested rights chart at that time. I think those are our two big takeaways. And yeah, thank you, Abby.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I guess adjourn the meeting because we're going to take it up on April 20th, and because we need to. And there'll be a lot of discussions between now and then, with staff and council members, I'm sure, individually. And I would encourage council members to give some feedback directly to staff. So, but I'm going to leave it there. Jennifer, can we adjourn whatever you do at a study session? You don't adjourn. I guess you do adjourn. It says adjourn. So I'm going to go ahead and that concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session. There being no further business, the study session is adjourned.